Thomas Taiwa, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament. You're welcome. I request that we remain standing so that we can go straight to the anthems.
Thank you very much. You may now take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. So you're most welcome to this second annual conference on the Constitution, and we are glad to be your moderators today. My name is Judith Atim, and I am joined by my colleague, Mr. Kanari Mugume, right by my side. Of course, we are here as we commemorate the 30th anniversary of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, a landmark socio-political contract born from intense public participation. This is a crucial national conversation that has been convened by the Center for Constitutional Governance under the esteemed leadership of Dr. Sarah Birete, and in partnership with the Uganda National NGO Forum under the leadership of Dr. Isoba. You could just wave to the rest who don't know you. So we are here basically because of them. So the theme, of course, is Guardians of the Constitution, Strengthening Institutions for Democracy, Justice, and the Rule of Law. And this theme directly addresses the critical contemporary challenge of institutional independence and the necessity of safeguarding democratic checks and balances. So I will just try to give us a sense of who is here in the room. Our chief guest, we have with us very distinguished people here. We have on your table, we have our keynote speaker, Justice Johann Kriegler, and his wonderful wife, Betty, who's really with us here. She's done a lot of work to actually make sure our chief guest is with us here. Our keynote speaker is with us here today. But Justice Johann says Miss Betty is quite modest. She was raised by the British and thinks it is okay to disparage herself. So she doesn't consider herself to be such an important person, but Justice Johann thinks otherwise. We are happy to have you here. We also have with us Justice Emeritus James Ogola in the room, who is one of our speakers. We also have with us Professor Sempebwa. You all know him. If you don't, then you're going to find out and learn a lot about him today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also pleased to have representatives from the East African Legislative Assembly. I can see one of them in the room, Honorable George Stephen Odongo. You're most welcome. From the political side, I can see one face, Mr. Joseph Ocheno, UPC, you're most welcome. I also have the honor to introduce Honorable Margaret Sekaja, very silent, but you can never miss her presence in the room. Thank you very much. We have with us our board members from the Center for Constitutional Governance, Mr. Godbert Mushabe, board chairperson, and our board member, Madame Fatoumata Traore. Could you please wave to the crowd? Thank you very much. And we're also happy to be joined by Dr. Fred Muhumuza, a renowned development economist. And I was asking him why and how he missed our conference last year. But he said he got wind of this one and he decided he wouldn't miss our chief guest. We also have, I have to also acknowledge the presence of our members from the Diplomatic Corps. You're most welcome. I know we're expecting a lot more to come to join us. We have in this room students from 26 universities who are members of CCG's Hope Initiative Clubs, which is CCG's vehicle for driving constitutionalism in universities and among young people. May our young people wave and just let us know. And they are the majority. So it just goes to show you how important this conversation is to young people. So that's pretty much our context. I think it gives you an idea of why we're here and why this conversation is important. Without further ado, I will invite Dr. Sarah Virete to come and give us her opening remarks, and then we actually have this open.
Our chief guest, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, our partner, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs in absentia, he's on his way, our keynote speaker, Honorable Justice Johann Kriegler from the Republic of South Africa, members of Parliament present, members of the diplomatic community present, distinguished speakers for the conference, Honorable Justice James Ogola, Professor Frederick Sempebwa, and Dr. Miriam Matembe, who is on her way, representatives from government agencies, esteemed delegates, members of the Law Society, members of the civil society, our friends from Kenya and South Sudan in the room, members of the place, university students, fellow Ugandans, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to extend my gratitude for and on behalf of the Center for Constitutional Governance to the South African High Commissioner and your team who are in the room for the support extended to the center in the process of inviting our keynote speaker. We are very grateful. I wish to also thank our partners for the conference and partners in the promotion of constitutionalism in Uganda, Parliament, through our chief guest today, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament. We do not take your support and partnership for granted. The Ministry of Constitutional Affairs, the National NGO Forum, our umbrella organization, Uganda Law Society and the Uganda Human Rights Commission. The two agencies have a memorandum with us on promotion of constitutionalism, and the national broadcaster, Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, who are streaming this event live to all Ugandans countrywide and on several platforms of the national broadcaster. We do not take your platform and cooperation for granted. I stand before you today with deep humility to commemorate 30 years since the promulgation of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, a constitution that emerged not from conquest, but from consensus, consultation, and a commitment to build a new Uganda grounded in the rule of law, unity, democracy, and equality. It's not just an anniversary, but it's a moment to take stock, to ask how we have honored the spirit and the letter of the Constitution we gave ourselves. Let's begin by celebrating the gains and steps taken so far in the wings of the 1995 Constitution. For 3 decades, Uganda has experienced relative political stability under constitutional order, decentralization that has empowered local governments and brought services closer to the people, the constitution that embedded affirmative action, boosting women participation in leadership and education. Last year, Makerere University graduated a slightly more number of girls more than boys after 30 years of affirmative action in education, and we celebrate those gains. We have established constitutional institutions like the Human Rights Commission, and Madam Margaret Sekaja was a pioneer head of Uganda Human Rights Commission after the promulgation of the Constitution. We celebrate you, Madam Sekaja. The Inspectorate of Government, the Judicial Electoral Commission, Equal Opportunities Commission, among others. The Constitution has elevated the individual Ugandan citizen from subject to sovereign, as emphasized in Article 1, which declared that power belongs to the people. The declaration would have changed everything in our governance if it was given full meaning. But we must also be candid. Constitutionalism is not simply having a constitution. It is living by it, respecting its values, and defending its integrity. We have witnessed eroding trust in electoral processes, constitutional amendments, especially those touching presidential term limits and age limits, that have raised serious questions about the sanctity of the foundational clauses, corruption that continues to threaten service delivery and public confidence, the space for free expression, media independence, and peaceful assembly has been constrained. Social justice, equitable access to land, education and healthcare and jobs remain a distant reality for millions of Ugandans. We should be honest to ourselves. To strengthen a constitution is not only in the text, but in the discipline and restraint of those who wield power, and the vigilance of the citizens who own the constitution. To the young people of Uganda, and the majority members in this room, university students, you make 73% of our population, and I want to speak directly to you. You were born under this constitution. You are its first generation of full citizens, the sovereign. You know no other political order, but you ask, where is your place in the nation that you were promised in the 1995 Constitution? We must ensure that your dreams are not frustrated by unemployment, inequality, and marginalization. We must move from promise to action, from constitutional rights to constitutional realities. As Center for Constitutional Governance, we shall continue to walk this journey with you through our university's Hope Initiative program and the Katiba Virtual Museum as a repository to a one-stop center for constitutional literature. You are not just the future, you are the now. You need to own this constitution, read it, challenge it, defend it, improve it, and live by its spirit. Fellow Ugandans, 30 years on, we must not let the flame dim. We must renew our constitutional covenant. We need to make the necessary constitutional changes. We need to strengthen our democratic institutions, expand civic education in the country so that the citizens are enabled to understand, promote, and defend the Constitution, and commit to fair, transparent electoral processes that respect the will of the people. Let us remind ourselves, a constitution is not a weapon to be used by the powerful. It's a shield to protect the powerless. We look forward as the center to the next 20 years towards the 50th anniversary of this constitution. And we need to envision a Uganda where no citizen fears to speak, where no child sleeps hungry, where no leader stays beyond their time, where no law is passed without public participation, and no constitution is amended except to deepen democracy and not to weaken it. Let us be the generation that not only inherited the constitution, but protected it, strengthened it, and passed it on stronger than we found it. Let us rekindle the flame, let us renew the promise, and let us live the constitution for God and my country. I thank you.
Another round of applause for Dr. Sarah Birete. Thank you very much for reminding us our constitutional duty. In the room also presented is the Equal Opportunities Commission, of course, Parliament, members of diplomatic corps, Belgian and South African embassies. Thank you very much. And now, I'd like to invite Moses Sisoba, the Executive Director of the Uganda National NGO Forum, to give his remarks before the guest of honor, our chief guest, does give his remarks too.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sarah Birete, the Director of Center for Constitutional Governance. Our chief guest, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Soma Taebwa, let me stand on the already established protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this momentous occasion. Today, as we commemorate the 30th anniversary of the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which was promulgated on October 8th, 1995, we stand at crossroads of reflection and renewal. The Uganda National NGO Forum is a proud partner of the Center for Constitutional Governance, our steadfast ally in bridging the gap between the constitutional ideas of this country. We honor this document, not as a relic of the past, but as a living blueprint for a just and inclusive Uganda. Let us celebrate the triumphs for the last 30 years. The Constitution enshrined fundamental rights, such as freedom of expression, assembly, association, and equality, for some time empowering the civil society to flourish. The Uganda National NGO Forum, for instance, was born 2 years after the Constitution in 1997. Yet, as we mark this anniversary, we must confront the shadows. Uganda teeters at crossroads, where the Constitution's promise of a just, free, and democratic society clashes with the realities of erosion. The right to peaceful assembly, as enshrined in Article 29, is routinely gagged by the Public Order Management Act. Peaceful protests are met with tear gas canisters. Voices of dissent are assaulted and energetically silenced. Civil society navigates a tough operating environment. Media freedoms are perhaps not spared on a daily basis, with journalists harassed. These are not isolated failures. They undermine the Constitution's vision. As I end my remark, I'd like to make a clarion call. Let us reclaim the Constitution as our corrective shield. Let this anniversary ignite a renaissance of constitutionalism, where rights are non-negotiable. Let us rise, reflect, and recommit for a Uganda where the Constitution is not just words on paper. Never shall we Ugandans be constitutional delinquents. I thank you for God and my country.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Moses Isola, Executive Director, Uganda National NGO Forum. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to take this opportunity and honor to invite the chief guest, Right Honorable Thomas Taiwa, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, to give his remarks. You're welcome, sir.
Our distinguished keynote speaker and fellow delegates. I can see my lecturer, Professor Ndevesa, and my mentor, Honorable George Odong. Yeah, and most of you friends, because I see very many faces. I'm glad to be here, and I want to thank the Center for Constitutional Governance, and specifically my sister Sarah Bireti, for organizing this occasion. So it's very important to take stock of what you've achieved, and I hope it's based on a very honest principle of assessment that indeed we can learn from. So today I'll be here to learn, especially with the seniors here. With the seniors I see in this room, I hope at the end of the day, I'll be getting a report from Sarah. I'm sorry I won't be with you for long because I have to go and ensure we fulfill one of the constitutional obligations of having an IGG in office. The president has finished the appointment, so at 9 I have a chair meeting to vet the IGG appointees. So I'll be rushing. But I really want to thank you because, you know, some of us, this is the only constitution we've lived under. I was born in 1980. So I don't know whether there was even a constitution at that time, but I've not lived under any other document that is guiding the governance of the country. And I really want to thank our seniors who made a very fundamental principle of power belonging to the people. I think to me that's a cornerstone of everything. Whether we implement it fully, whether we implement it in bits, whether there are gaps, whether there is what, but it remains a guiding principle. Whether the processes are not that efficient, it remains a guiding principle. So governance being determined by the people determining who will govern them. Because when you look at the history of Uganda, those who lived under those turbulent times, you look at the changes of government that we had between 1962 and 1986. I think we had around nine changes of government, and of those, around 7 were volatile. You know, you can see that now at least we have stability. There might be a question also, which I usually talk about with Sarah and my brother Godiba, the question of transition, the question of, but the most important question to me and the most important achievement of this constitution is that it has given us stability as a country. We might discuss the sustainability of that stability because there are things which you might say, well, for us to ensure we sustain that stability, we have to do ABCD, but at least you have stability. Joseph, we have stability. We have stability. I don't think that we can no longer have someone in Uganda take over power by any other means, apart from a direct decision of the people of Uganda. And we can only attribute that to this constitution. I think we now have very strong institutions which also can be subject to debate. Because even I saw in America, they were saying elections are rigged. in America, and even a president saying he was rigged in America. You know, and they are the ones who preach democracy to us. I see these parts of Europe, these parts of the Western world, the way they handle their demonstrations. My goodness. Some of it I say maybe we should go and preach peace to them and how to handle people. We guide them on how to handle people who are expressing their, their views and their rights. So to me, we have achieved a lot as a country. We might not have achieved 100%. We might not have realized whatever wanted to realize, but we've gone a very, very long distance in as far as creating a stable country is concerned. Because when you look through our constitution, I think Professor Sempebwa's team, I think the intention was to heal the political wounds this country had, and then lay a strong foundation for democracy, for human rights, and the strong institutional governance of this country. Now, the process of healing is a long one. The other day, when we were with Mr. Chris Rakasisi, Honorable Chris Rakasisi, at State House Entebbe, and he was giving his testimony on healing, reconciliation, and forgiving. And then I remember the lunch I had with Mr. Jojo Krapa in Toronto before he came back here. And one of the senior opposition leaders in government told me that, Thomas, if Okrapa goes back to Uganda, then I will know that Uganda is now democratic. And George managed to come back, Joseph. George managed to come back here with the family, with the kids. And we had very big plans, but unfortunately, he passed on. But the children, and this is where the difference comes. Some of our children, for them, they don't want to be held hostage by the past they never lived. They want to flow with the presence. And I give an example of George's children. When they reached here, where George was scared, the children wanted to enjoy, to go out and enjoy this lovely country, where they could move at 3 a.m., where they can move at 2 a.m. and have their fun. So where are the priorities? How do we balance priorities? Priorities of the generations that formed and framed the Constitution versus priorities of those who never lived the past. I think through such forums, and I'm happy you brought students, when they come here and they listen to Professor Sempebwa and team, they will understand that the stability and the peace they are having in this country was laid by a foundation that was based on very clear facts of Uganda's hostile past. So I'm happy that indeed we have these young people, and they are going to be benefiting a lot from this. So as Parliament, I believe we've done our part, because you gave us 4 major principles. 1, legislation. We have tried our level best to work and make legislations that are aimed at strengthening constitutionalism in this country. A very good example, and which is recent, administration of the Judiciary Act. Now, I think it has laid a very, very strong foundation where, for example, budgetary challenges of the judiciary, now they have a statutory budget. They can recruit their people. I can see when we were having a huge debate on the issue of bail, and some of us said, no, before we talk about scrapping bail and all that, then we have to reform the criminal justice system. The moment we go through it and we strengthen institutions of giving justice to people, then people don't mind. But if I'm going to be arrested and for 5 years my case is not even prosecuted, and then I cannot even get bail, then it will be a very big problem. People will doubt their own governance and their own laws and systems. So we believe, and of course, the challenges were just beyond the law. I was talking to the principal judge, acting principal judge, the other day. I personally have a matter in court to do with land. For 6 years, it has not been addressed. And I said, so that's why you see people killing each other to take possession. Because the moment you have possession, you're in a very strong position. By the time they give you a judgment, after like 10 years, how much money would I have lost? Okay? And I can't say that I start calling lobbying. I know I would call lobby, please give me priority. No, but I sit down and I say, no, I'm waiting for 6 years. So I was asking for 6 years. And then I was told, I think that each judge, because we recently recruited and we are putting in 5 more judges, and that each judge will be having like 1,000 cases. So the administration of the Judiciary Act was aimed at strengthening the institution of the judiciary so that it can recruit more judges, they can be well facilitated, and ensure that we give justice to the people of Uganda. And also ensure that Chapter 8 of the Constitution is fully implemented. And then administration of Parliament Act. Administration, and all these are aimed on the principle of balance of power, which I have never understood properly. And I think I will seek a cup of coffee with Professor Sempewa or Justice Ogora to take me through deeply. Because to me, balance of power where one head of the institution appoints others, and you say there is a balance. And this is the one who goes to seek people's mandate. The president goes to seek people's mandate. He goes around for how many months looking for votes, abused, demonized, praised, carried on the head, with head. And then you come, you say, you have a balance of power with the ones he will appoint. How? To me, I want to live reality. Maybe the professors will enlighten me more. Even when I was in law school, I really interrogated it much deeper to Makerere, and it couldn't make so much sense to me. And then when I became deputy speaker and I now started living the reality, because I believe, to me, it's complementary. It should be complementary. So that, because the executive has a direct responsibility of reporting to the people. A direct responsibility. So if they could work very well with other areas, you do your budget. The president doesn't take his budget to the judiciary, but the judiciary must take their budget to him. So where do you have a balance of power? Where? Okay? So maybe we can interrogate further and we see how best such can be. But we were aiming at that we strengthen the judiciary, we strengthen parliament so that they complement with the executive. Now I'm using my own terms. They complement with the executive and deliver for the people of Uganda. Then appropriation. You saw the other day we had a crisis when the president returned the appropriation bill the first time. And now we have to go back and sit and develop a mechanism. How do we work together on the issue of appropriation? Is a budget sent to Parliament? Because you send a budget to Parliament that comes with what you call unfunded priorities. Now, unfunded priorities, some have been unfunded for 10 years and they are still called priorities. And they are unfunded. And you even bring a supplementary budget, you don't consider unfunded priorities, you bring new priorities. So, we say, okay, through appropriation, can we interrogate further the issue of unfunded priorities? But then, when they are releasing a certificate of financial implication for the appropriation bill, the unfunded priorities are not considered because you've paid to get money to fund them. Government gives work plans. So as Parliament, do you go and sit and start shifting money from here to here, which is not in work plans of government, which is not in procurement plans of government? So this is where I would want to hear our seniors go a little bit deeper on the intention and how best we can have harmony in such a critical areas when institutions like Parliament are doing their work. And also you bring a budget of 72 trillion, but out of that, on around 26 trillion is discretionary. Now, discretionary, this is money which is not tied. The rest is statutory, loan repayments, salaries, budget of judiciary, budget of state house, budget of parliament, budget of local government service commission, budget of IGG, all of those are tied. You can only make comments, you cannot change anything. So, appropriation, how do we have that balance? Representation. Now, the one of representation is interesting. I have people who bash Parliament all the time, and they are usually led by Godba, and sometimes Sarah. And when I stood as a member of Parliament, I had, because I was surviving well in my businesses. So I have colleagues, business colleagues who called me, and they say, what are you doing in this thing? Please, you are doing well in your business. Why are you causing yourself a problem? And then I said, but you people, do you know the role of Parliament? They are the ones who determine the taxes I pay as a businessman. So why do you want me to send people who have never sold tomatoes to determine taxes? And that's why one day I asked people in finance on taxes, principles of taxation. And I said, how do you put excise duty on cement? Because excise duty in principles of taxation, we know is sin tax. So how can construction be a sin that you penalize it with excise duty? Okay? You put excise duty on cement. I say, but really? Yeah, but you see, we've identified we must get money here. Okay? And then now you will take it to an MP who has never paid any tax or employed any person. And you think he will bother. So, I want God but to go and stand in Ntungamu and come to Parliament and make it better. Because you see, we have a saying in our Runyankore, which I share with some of my people here, that otamkuisat muikare tujende. You know, in a wrestling match, when you're struggling, you know, fighting, struggling for your balance, the spectators are saying, no, just hit him down, we go. Oh, you see, when we are watching football, how people can abuse a striker like soccer. I say, why? How can he miss out? You give them an empty goal they can't even put in. So, you elites of Uganda and commentators, why are you on television talking of how we have a substandard parliament? How we have average members of parliament as if you were stopped from standing? Who has stopped you? Why can't you come and make it better? Why? Come in. Go to the village, look for those votes. You'll see what it takes. Because society will get leaders it deserves. You don't stand, but you're ready to assess whoever stood and passed through. And then after you say, I'm better. But you come in the arena, and you see what it takes. So I believe I want to encourage elites and the well-educated and the wealthy and the businessmen I see in America, I see where billionaires are going to parliament. In Uganda, billionaires, you're saying, no, if I go into politics, I'm exposing my money. Okay? So how are you going to protect it if you can't come and give ideas on how you can protect that money? So on the issues of representation, I believe the Constitution did a wonderful thing. Each one of you has an opportunity. Please don't despise your representatives when you cannot go and challenge them. Finally, I think we still have, of course, a lot to work on as a country. And also this, by the way, we've had a very big debate on the issue of numbers of parliament. They also concern me because the cost of administration in this country, I want to be honest, is so high, is extremely high. It is something we have to maybe one day take a bold step and look into. Overall, the cost of finding that, I remember when we were young, a policeman says, I'll beat you and government will pay. Okay? I'll beat you and government will pay. I'm permanent and pensionable. Whether one works or not, the process, no process of accountability in public service, they are so tight, I don't know what we can do to ensure that maybe public service or public servants are on contract. They sign performance contracts. If you don't perform, you go. We have very many unemployed people. But the issue of the numbers in parliament, the other day we were talking and someone said, but look, even the constitution, I don't think you have fulfilled the requirements of the constitution of all marginalized groups being represented in parliament. Or marginalized. Now, even the poor are going to say we are marginalized, we are poor, you're not considering. And people are forming their own groups now with the advent of circles, associations. We are going to have more and more and more and more coming up. But I think we make a lot fit in society, not society fit in a law. Our constitution is a living document. Now, it must move with the times. Some of the amendments, one might not agree with them. Yes, but last time, sir, I gave an example of the issue of age limit, where personally my view, and I put it on the floor, my view was very, very clear. I believe in term limits, I don't believe in age limit. Because you see, when you talk of age limit, now I gave an example of President Kabila. He became a president of the DRC. I think he was around 31 years. So if you are using the age limit of Uganda, which was 75 years, that people were fighting about, then it means President Kabila would legitimately be a president in DRC for 44 years without you questioning. Colonel Stresser in Sierra Leone, I think he became a president at around 26 years. So it would mean that for 49 years he's legitimately a president without you questioning anything. So that's why some of us believe that, well, some of the amendments, I wasn't there when they amended the Constitution to remove term limits. I've read the arguments. Some are interesting. Some I don't know. I was there for age limit and I supported age limit amendment. And up to now, even if we had to argue like how long, I would stand by that. That I believe in term limits, I don't believe in age limit. So we still have gaps that we have to work on. The issue of the 2/3 gender rule it is something which we have not yet fully addressed, but I believe compared to the rest of Africa and the rest of the world, we are making very, very good progress, and very many other issues to do with governance, which I believe a constitution being a living document, we shall slowly look into them. I want to thank you for listening to me.
Right, Honorable, before you take your seat, I would request that we get a photo opportunity. Dr. Sarah, Board Chair, our keynote speaker. Photo opportunity on the banner right there on the left. Yes. Here. This conversation is live on Civic Space TV and on UBC TV, the national star. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the group photo session is over. And as our chief guest walks out, I'd like to acknowledge that in our midst, we have representatives from the following: the Uganda Law Reform Commission, the Justice Law and Order sector. We also have representatives from the Justice Access Point, Action Aid Uganda, HRCU, GIZ, and PFF, that's the People's Front for Freedom. Thank you very much. May we give an applause for those who've just joined us. We do appreciate you for making it. We know the program started a little earlier, and that's perhaps why we don't have everyone here yet. I've also seen Mr. Henry Muguzi, Alliance for Finance Monitoring. Henry, you're most welcome. Ms. Perry Aritua, I can see you. We also have Mr. Marcus Ogenga from the Eastern Horn of Africa Election Observers Network. He traveled from Nairobi to be with us here. Thank you very much, Marcus. We do appreciate all of you in your individual capacities. Professor Mambusi Ndebesa, you're most welcome. Dr. Robert Ojambo from Chambogo University, we do appreciate you. Thank you very much. I can also see Council Aaron Kiza. I also see Mr. Patrick Karamaji. Thank you very much. I'll also be acknowledging the rest of you as I get to get a sense of exactly who is here. We would now move to the next item, which is our keynote speaker, but I would also momentarily wait for Dr. Sarah Bireti to come in here. But just very briefly about our keynote speaker, His Lordship Johann Kriegler, His Justice Emeritus, Constitutional Court of South Africa, and former head of South Africa's Independent Electoral Commission in 1994, Justice Kriegler is an internationally renowned figure in constitutional law and democratic transition. He is specifically recommended for this event because of his pivotal role in South Africa's foundational post-apartheid period. His service on South Africa's highest court cemented his reputation as a defender of constitutionalism and human rights. As the founding chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission of South Africa in 1994, he was responsible for overseeing South Africa's first fully democratic, non-racial election. His experience in ensuring the integrity and independence of a crucial constitutional body directly aligns with the conference theme of strengthening institutions. His expertise is directly relevant to Uganda's Electoral Commission, and the constitutional issues surrounding electoral integrity and judicial review. And Justice Kriegler's address will offer an invaluable comparative perspective, drawing on his experience in managing a constitutional transition and establishing the independence of core democratic institutions, which directly aligns with the conference theme of strengthening institutions. Justice Johann, you're most welcome to deliver your keynote address, and may we be attentive and drink from your cup of wisdom.
Facilitator Judith, having heard that introduction, I can hardly wait to hear me. I sincerely hope I can offer 1/10 of what you promised on my behalf, but let's see how we go. An opening thank you to you, Sarah, Dr. Sarah, not only for inviting me, but a thank you to you and a congratulation to you and a commendation and a support to you for the work that you do as an NGO guiding force in this great country. I wish to emphasize through these words that the greatest natural resource of a country is its civil society. What carried my country through its transition from its bloody past to a democratic presence and aspiration was the strength of the civil society that had been built up over many, many years. Without it, we would not have got over that bridge whatsoever. To you, to the organizations that have presented today's proceedings, once again, let me repeat my thanks. I may also say that I had anticipated this morning with considerable apprehension. Having heard the previous speaker, I'm even more apprehensive because that is one of the toughest acts to follow in the case of a public address that I have encountered. Nevertheless, let's give it what we can. I appreciate that I'm a guest in your country, an old white foreigner with no official status, no formal right of audience in your fair land. I also appreciate that the members of the South African High Commission are here to see to it that I stick to the rules of the Queensberry Rules of Public Address. Yes, and I know that good manners and common sense dictate that I guard my tongue as a guest in a country of which I know much less than any other speaker here today. But I want to emphasize that I was not summoned from the distant south to exchange today amiable platitudes with you. I am to speak my mind. I am to speak my mind, frankly sharing my insight and experience with you. In any event, as a citizen of a kindred country, I have a legitimate interest in your well-being. We peoples of sub-Saharan Africa are all, to some extent, kindred. The clash of arms in Goma is heard in the hills of KwaZulu and in the streets of Soweto. My country still mourns the death of our 14 young SADC peacekeepers who died in January in a battle not of their making. In a world beset by umpteen conflicts, cross-currents, and strife, we, your country and mine, share a common destiny. And as a lifelong human rights proponent and constitutional law devotee, I, moreover, have a particular interest in our topic today. Your and my countries have more in common than one would think. We are fellow members of the Commonwealth, both former British colonies, that relatively recently undertook radical change. The Ugandan and South African democratic constitutions were adopted almost contemporaneously, ours the February, far after yours in November, each with a striking preamble proclaiming a message of hope against the backdrop of tyranny and exploitation. Each contains an extensive array of inalienable and fully justiciable human rights. Each provides for a separation and material devolution of power, and each breathes the aspirational spirit foreshadowed in its preamble. In many respects, the two documents mirror one another. I understand my country's constitution and have first-hand knowledge of its judicial interpretation. And I had a ringside seat of its performance in the hands of our political class over the last 30 years. I have moreover worked in many and diverse emergent democracies around the world and know whereof I speak when it comes to constitutions and their functioning. I emphasize and their functioning. The most important lesson that I've learnt is that political philosophy, Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, Montesquieu, with all their wisdom, will avail you naught in the harsh reality of practice unless you remember that laws do not change people. People change laws. Laws, any laws, including lofty constitutions, in themselves do nothing, achieve nothing, indeed are nothing but words. Constitutions do not make societies work. Societies make their constitutions work or not work. It is the hearts, minds of the people that give life to their constitution, not the letter, not the word, not the principle, but the will of the people concerned. In that context, it's well to remember that skillful constitutional drafting, carefully constructed checks and balances, exercise of political power, checks and balances, wise caveats and procedures might guide and constrain the exercise of political power, but ultimately the quality and the very fate of a constitution depends wholly on the society concerned. A constitution is effective only when, to the extent that it is implemented by human beings. Thus, for example, democratic constitutions seek to cement the separation of powers by making special provision to ensure the quality and independence of the judiciary. In terms of the revered US Constitution, the President nominates and the Senate approves, advises and consents, to use their language, lifelong federal judicial appointees. For more than 2 centuries, the system seemed to work well enough. Presidents came and went, judges grew old, died, and by and large, the judiciary remained substantially apolitical and universally respected as independent. But then latterly, as relations between the two predominant parties in the United States turned toxic, cynical political maneuvering blocked a president from exercising this important power. The result? A Supreme Court becoming, or at least being objectively perceived to be, politically partial. Short-term political gain did long-term damage to a vital institution and skewed the separation of powers principle. It also impaired the reputation of a once revered institution. In the result, a rampant Trump administration dismantles institutions, savages human rights, while the Supreme Court's majority seems complacent, or even worse, complicit. The birthright of babies born in America, the due process rights of immigrants, or those suspected of being such by reason of their pigmentation, are spurned. Infinitely more disturbing for constitutional integrity and human rights is the Trump administration's insidious and increasing attempts to cooperate the military in politics and governance. It has already had a number of alarming consequences. We've seen, and today I believe it from the news, there's yet another example of the federalization of the National Guard, which traditionally and constitutionally consists of separate bodies in each of the 50 states of the United States. It's not a federal institution. It's there at the behest of the governor. In times of war, yes, the president can summon the National Guard. There's no war in the United States, and yet the president, in breach of the Constitution, is sending troops into major cities of the country, major cities that are identified by one feature and one feature alone, and that is that they are governed by the opposition Democratic Party. This is a naked abuse of military power and quasi-constitutional authority to impose intimidatory, uniformed men and women loose on societies that are politically opposed to the government. An even more alarming feature was the summoning of the military heads from around the globe to be addressed for more than an hour by a president who did not speak military, did not speak security, did not speak international security interests, did not speak of any national interest, but spoke party politics to the heads of the military. The involvement of the armed forces in the political process is a direct and extremely dangerous innovation of the Trump regime. And the Lord alone knows for how long upcoming generations are going to be living with the consequences of this unforgivable departure from the propriety of constitutional governance. And it was done notwithstanding the rules of the Constitution, notwithstanding the existence of Congress as a restraining force, notwithstanding the authority of the opposition. Am I not sufficiently audible? I'm sorry. No, I'm happy without water. Thank you. I'd prefer something stronger myself. My apologies. I should have checked that I'm audible. The point I'm trying to make there is that what President Trump has done has been done notwithstanding the oldest and most admired democratic constitution in the world. And if it can be done there, what is the lesson to the rest of us? To us little rats and mice who try to follow the great democratic constitution and the great United States. But let's come a little bit closer to home. A more directly relevant example of the fallibility, not necessarily the failure, but the defective performance of constitutional provision. I don't think we need go any further than the South African Judicial Service Commission. I think it's very much similar to yours, that it changes differences of detail, but essentially the idea was that in the appointment of judges, you have an eclectic, multidisciplinary body representing the executive, the legislature, the legal profession, the teachers of law, and some ordinary citizens in a body to hire and fire judges, thus ensuring that there is some control, some quality control in their appointment, and also some quality control in their disciplining and, if necessary, dismissal. It was hailed as a brilliant idea. Constitutional drafters were enthusiastic at the time and emulated the idea. Betty and I, for instance, encountered in the Maldives, where they were wildly enthusiastic about this idea of a judicial service commission in the appointment, the hiring and firing of judges. Notwithstanding the brilliance of the idea, the Judicial Service Commission in my country and in the Maldives has proved a dismal failure. Whatever the cause, whether it's lack of leadership, lack of vision, poisonous party politics, feckless administration, the JSC has faltered in both its hiring and its firing functions. Screening interviews were bungled, unsuitable candidates slipped through, good ones were turned down, bad ones were promoted, hostile and patently partial questioning of candidates reached such a level that eminently suitable private practitioners refused to let their names go forward for possible selection. They shied from the public humiliation that had been inflicted upon eminent lawyers by politicians and others for personal interest. At the same time, disciplinary proceedings proved desultory and ineffectual. And in the result, the quality and standing of the judiciary have been seriously impaired in my land, and more pertinently to our discussion here, once again it is plain that however good a constitutional tool seems on paper, it is only as good as those who use it. I've mentioned what went wrong in my country. In the Maldives, it was even worse. It became a political playground in which the politicians were using the Judicial Service Commission as a threat to emphasize majority interests and minority protests in the national legislature. An institution that seemed to be aimed, beautifully, skillfully designed for judicial preservation of power and quality served to impair the functioning of the legislature. So, I repeat, what is good on paper can turn out to be downright harmful when handled by people of ill will. But that is not to say that constitutionality, justice, and the rule of law are empty notions. Far from it. They are glorious principles that set our aspirational norms and have great moral suasion. And although buttressed constitutional safeguards can be circumvented, they do serve to caution against ill-considered change. But ultimately, their survival and impact are dependent on the whims and wishes of those entrusted with their implementation. While a constitution can certainly make provision for all manner of things, unless such provisions are actually enforced in practice, they are writ in water. Shakespeare's Cassius would say, "'Tis not in our laws, but in ourselves that we are underlings." We must therefore ultimately look to the political context if we wish to promote the lofty ideals articulated in our topic. What do we know about that reality? I mean, where I'm talking today. I have been interested in the Great Lakes region of Africa for many years. Besides leading an electoral autopsy in Kenya some time ago, over the years I have worked in both Sudan's and the DRC. More importantly, I took a searching look at the Ugandan political legal scene when I headed an inquiry for the International Bar Association some years ago. I may say it was a surprisingly pleasant recommitment meeting the country again the day before yesterday when we arrived. The progress is startling. The atmosphere in the land is optimistic and positive. The streets are good. The highway is the envy of a South African, I may tell you. The country is doing well. I was glad to see that. But some of you may recall when criminal proceedings involving a prominent political figure precipitated overt threats of physical violence to the judiciary, and a militant and ostensibly organized gang of men, quasi-militarily uniformed in black, invaded the court. The French have a saying that the more things change, the more they stay the same. Well, that self-same person is once again, or is it still, involved by the self-same government in much the self-same manner. Now this tells us two things. The good news is that in most African countries in which I have worked, a political opponent of such influence that was so in such disfavor of the regime would not have been around 20 years later when I came back. Dr. Bisje would not have survived in many jurisdictions. Whatever would have happened to him, he wouldn't have been around to make public noises. The bad news, unfortunately, is that somehow the political process has not learnt any lessons. It is inherently unacceptable for politics to be conducted in the courts of the land. It is even more unacceptable for that treatment then to be accompanied by the threat of military involvement in the process. So yes, some rules have been obeyed, opposition has been tolerated, but on the other hand, how to accommodate it has not been learnt yet, and how to keep armed forces out of processes in which they have no legitimate place has not been learnt. I pause to make perfectly plain, and I emphasize perfectly plain, I would not dare to comment on the merits of the prosecution of the doctor at the moment. My comments are directed solely at the executive action involved in that process. The legislative, the judicial conduct is none of my business, and I do not express any opinion. But last November, the doctor was reportedly apprehended summarily under colour of authority in Nairobi and conveyed to Uganda, secretly, forcefully, where he was held captive in a military establishment. He has remained in custody since, and the inference that he was abducted by or on behalf of agents of the state of Uganda is all but irresistible. The inference is cogently corroborated by the circumstance that the state has vigorously maintained and defended this detention. Indeed, this time round, not only the Ugandan government and its security agencies are in the spotlight, but also those of a neighbouring country, which too cannot afford to have reports of governmental breaches of the rule of law bandied in the media. As so often happens when faults are allowed to fester, their malign influence balloons. The Besigye case is worse than it was 17 years ago. More recently, another political leader had occasion to publish a detailed account of his extra-legal detention upon his landing at Entebbe Airport and his prolonged solitary confinement and subsequent expulsion. He was put on a plane to Johannesburg by what he describes as rogue state security agents. And then last week, the BBC published a circumstantial report of security agents publicly abducting two activist supporters of yet another presidential aspirant who had not been seen since. The report speaks of, I quote, yet another alarming case in a pattern of abductions and enforced disappearances, unquote, in the region. Hear me clearly. It matters not whether the perpetrators of these abductions were indeed executing official instructions or were merely acting on their own initiative. The very existence of this course of conduct is stark evidence that there is something amiss. It cannot and should not happen in a democracy. Ostensibly politically motivated kidnappings also demonstrate that there are long-standing, unresolved political tensions that are already adding heat to the country's pre-electoral debate. Whether or not the president is re-elected, a material issue is the political class's handling after this president has gone, if he is re-elected or if he is not re-elected. How does the political class deal with the incursion of military force into the political arena? That is, I submit to you with all the seriousness at my command, a most urgent issue that has to be addressed, preferably now before it becomes critical. The point I'm trying to emphasize is that this use of public force by organized and anonymous groups is not merely an unlawful invasion of the constitutionally guaranteed rights of the victims, but, much more importantly, it constitutes a grave assault on the rule of law, and it consequently constitutes an assault on the stability of the democracy of this fair land. It is an attack on the legitimacy, the stability, and the survival of the state itself. To indulge, condone, or encourage it is folly in the extreme. The state is the ultimate exemplar of lawful obedience. Where it breaks the law, chaos looms large. Kenya is a telling example of what happens when a messianic leader leaves the scene. The Kenyatta regime was a relatively stable one because there was the great leader, the Mzee at the head of the state, who by moral and personal suasion could keep things together. The Arab Moi regime willy-nilly had to resort, after it took over, within a couple of years, to forces of compulsion and military invasion, security force work in the shadows, in order to keep together what the leader's personal charisma had managed to cement. It is not an example that you should ignore. It is not an example only from a neighboring country. It has its echoes in several post-colonial young democracies. Once the leader goes, the centrifugal forces either succeed or have to be maintained by retention forces inconsistent with a democratic regime. I repeat, it should be addressed seriously now, not later. The need for the government of Uganda to be exemplary is not merely of domestic importance. The region as a whole is politically unstable, and badly in need of steadfast adherence to the rule of law. To the north, Vice President Riek Machar of South Sudan is on trial for treason. To the south, it's the opposition party leader Tundu Lissu who is on trial for treason. To the west, former President Joseph Kabila has just been convicted of treason and has been sentenced to death in absentia. To the southwest, the rebel Congo River Alliance repudiates the legitimacy of the DRC government and rejects the peace accord that President Trump so grandiloquently claims to have settled. The overall picture of the region is of a sunny, healthy, fruitful Uganda surrounded by countries infinitely less favored by fate. You have had stability for many years through means with which not everybody necessarily agrees, but the fact of the matter, the historical fact is that today this country is doing well. It is ostensibly stable, but there are these undercurrents symptomatic of a fever that will certainly erupt in due course unless it is addressed now. My concluding message to you this morning is that Uganda, the people, the political role players, and specifically the government of this Pearl of Africa, have a vital interest in fulfilling its destiny as a beacon of stable and genuine democracy in the region. Its upcoming general election, the 7th under the same political leadership, simply has to be manifestly free, fair, even-handed, and legitimate. I repeat what I said before. Uniforms have no business in the courts. And I add, uniforms have even less business in the polling stations. The electoral process is a civilian process of free and fair voters, unpersuaded, unintimidated by men in uniform. Democracy, justice, and the rule of law demands of the government and the people of Uganda that they fulfill their destiny. Thank you.
Let's give him a standing ovation, another one, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Your Lordship, for this moving keynote. I think whatever he says is something that really speaks to our context, not just here in Uganda, but across the Great Lakes. We do appreciate you for sharing your candid thoughts in your keynote. Thank you very much. I also hope I have matched your my expectations of you were actually correct, Justice. You did justice to what I had read about you. Thank you very much. It's time for us to now move to the next session on our program, which is the speakers session. And allow me to also recognize a few faces that have joined us. Dr. Miriam Atembe, who is one of our speakers. Thank you very much for joining us here in this room. I also have other names from the National Planning Authority. We have Ms. Rosette Kuhurwa, you're most welcome. Nakumitsa Sarah, Uganda Human Rights Commission, Director Regional Human Rights. Thank you very much. I'll also continue with the acknowledgements a little later. So very quickly, we move to our next session, and I will invite our first speaker to the podium. Professor Frederick Sempebwa, if you could come over here, if you just come and take your seat, so that we kickstart this session. Of course, you know Professor Sempebwa as a highly influential figure in relation to constitutionalism in Uganda. He's played several key roles and actions. You can just come over and take your seat. I would also invite Justice Emeritus, Your Lordship James Ogola. You could also come over here to the podium. Justice Ogola is the former principal judge. But I mean, they have very, very big profiles that I could take the whole day reading about. Thank you very much. And last but not least, Dr. Miriam Atembe, I'd also invite you to the podium. If you check the program, you'll notice that we did not give them topics specifically. We did not want to box them into a corner. We wanted to have as candid a conversation here as possible, and so we did not want to restrict them in any way. And from this point forth, I think I'll hand over to my colleague, Kanari Mugume, to actually take us through this session. So you'll have 30 minutes each to speak about the issue of constitutionalism and the guardians who should take charge of guarding this constitution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Judith. I think at this point, we'll begin with Professor Frederick Sempebwa, and we'll go in that order.
When it is red. So, yeah. Well, thank you very much, Sarah, for inviting me. Normally, I'm used to being given a topic to speak about so that I can prepare. And this is quite a strange change for me. That I don't have a topic. I'm at large. But I would like, first of all, to thank you for inviting our keynote speaker. He's a person of great experience. I thought I was old, but when I Googled about him, I found that he became an advocate in 1959. I think I'm right. I hope I'm right. I hope that is not AI information. And in 1959, where was I? I was in senior one. Yes, I was in senior one. And of course, most of our participants, if I asked them where they were, they probably will not have an answer. I got to know more about him when I was appointed on the committee of experts that drafted the final version of the Constitution of Kenya. Of the background readings we had, there were two reports, the Kriegler report and the Watch report. The Kriegler report was mostly on the electoral system in Kenya. This was after the electoral violence of 2007. And one of the key factors that contributed to that violence was the flaw in the elections. If you had an opportunity to glance at that report, there would be interesting comparisons with what is going on currently in Uganda and what he has spoken about. So his has been a very great contribution, especially at this point in our constitutional development, as we have yet another election. Now, he has said that constitution do not change people. It is people who change the constitutions. How correct in the case of Uganda. I think you will agree that this has been one of our problems, that it's our mindset, it's our will that would apply or implement the Constitution rather than simply change it. It's good that we have a young generation here. And I would like to repeat what I always say, that what we gained a lot from making the Constitution of Uganda was not to produce a document. It is the conversation that we had for all that period between the making of the Constitutional Commission and the promulgation of the Constitution. Here was an opportunity for everyone to speak freely, to make proposals, to discuss. And it was a very sensitizing exercise. After years of turmoil, after years of not knowing about our rights, we had this opportunity for that period under the Odochi Commission, under which I served, and my friend Miria served. On that commission, we never entirely agreed with her, but we eventually had a consensus on many issues, just as Ugandans had a consensus. So that was very, very good. What has happened subsequently, of course, we have gone into divisions. Now when we discuss from a view of the division that we belong to. Now, to react to some of the points that have been made this morning, and I will try and relate it, if I have time, to the speech of our keynote address. It's been said that one of the gains we had from the Constitution is relative stability. It depends on what you mean by stability. If I'm at home, I'm the husband, I have a wife, I have children, I can tell them, look, no one should ever say anything in this house unless it is in my praise. And when I come back, you keep quiet. It's me to make orders. I create stability in my home, isn't it? It's peaceful, no one speaks. As soon as I land, things go smoothly. Well, if that is the sort of stability, yes, we have gained a bit of stability. That's a gain that has been scored this morning. However, we have to look critically on that sort of stability. And I'm glad that our keynote speaker has had a comparison with Kenya under Mzee Kenyatta and under Arap Moi, where under Mzee Kenyatta, by virtue of having gone through his suffering and come to power, there was a relative legitimacy in the regime under him. And afterwards, Arap Moi had to struggle with the crisis of legitimacy. And as a result, he had to employ all sorts of means, including force. And when he left, there was utter chaos. So I think we have to keep this in mind and be very careful when we talk about relative stability. Just reminds me of the saying in my community long time back, tweba kakutulo, at least we sleep. But stability is not about sleeping. Going back to our constitution, it's been said that this morning our guest of honor talked about also stability and also wondered what we mean by balancing of power, which is one of our cardinal principles in the Constitution. It's a democratic principle. He has invited me to have tea with him, and I accept the invitation. Then we can talk about this. Our guest speaker, our keynote speaker has mentioned the situation in America now and compared it to the constitutional principle of checks and balances, where the president acts and the Congress checks. Now, you cannot say that because a president has been going around seeking votes and so on, it should remain unchallenged. Even members of parliament go around seeking for votes if that was the criteria. So this is a principle that has broken down in this country over the years. And I would not agree with our guest speaker that Parliament has done a wonderful job in accordance with the Constitution, because they are meant to provide checks and balances. They are meant to look critically at the acts of the executive. But what has happened? I don't think I need to elaborate, because this has been discussed and rediscussed by many of you seniors who are here in the civil society. Maybe for our young generation, you read about the principle, but you should be aware of how it is put in practice. And the way Parliament is acting now, of course, is on a sectarian basis. It's simply that if the proposal is coming from the president, we members of the ruling party must agree to it at whatever cost. There's a lot that we can talk about gains, but much more about drawbacks or failures. My favorite that has been mentioned again this morning is about decentralization, which is popularly known as devolution. When we proposed the idea of decentralization, there were two or three objectives. Of course, one was to take democracy closer to the people. The second was dispersal of powers, so that power is not concentrated in the center. But the main one was another layer of checks and balances. But this is only possible where the devolved units, the local government units, are strong. They have all the capacities, including financial capacities, to stand, and they can provide a challenge to the center. We had, at the initiation of the Constitution, 35 local government units, around 35 or 36, something like that. And these were conceived as relatively sufficient for us to be able to play the role. Now, how many local governments do we have? Maybe God knows best. 100? 146. And recently, the president has awarded new districts. But I saw him on TV last night complaining about the cost of districts. He had just said we need more districts. And last night he said, oh, it's so expensive. We have too many districts. So this is not decentralized devolution. There are 47 counties. And they are headed by governors. You know those governors, there's no need anymore to rush to the center to stand for parliament or what. You can stay in the counties, in your county, compete for governor, for other office on the governor's cabinet, and so on and so on. So the power has been dispersed. But for us, we moved backwards. So this is something that we have to rethink. There are so many other matters that I need to talk. Don't need to talk about, but this is one that most people have not talked about. It has more complications because now the cost of administration, if we had been allowed to ask questions to the Deputy Speaker, I would have said, look, in your deliberations, do you actually challenge these developments on account of cost, on account of what we can afford, the cost of administration, maintaining 140, now they are going to be about 150. And you know what happens when each district is established. There must be counties in that district, so there are more MPs. There must be a woman MP for the district. And there must be a government of the district. All this is expensive. But Parliament simply approves because the President has said so. This is what the Speaker was saying, the balancing of powers. You don't have to question the President because he has been hunting votes. He said that he doesn't understand about this, how you can balance. Yes. I'll not take long because I know this is going to be a discussion, but I cannot go away without commenting on more on the speech by our keynote speaker. Very important to note what he has said, that we cannot play politics in courts. I hope you have noticed that. we should keep the armed forces out of politics. Sir, you spoke as if you've been living in Uganda. Because this is exactly what we are doing. If you looked at our elections today and you reread your report on the Kenya elections, you will be shocked, because he is what is going on, and personally for me, I don't know why people are campaigning for president. They believe they can also become president in this country. What a facade, what a play, because this is a stage play. If you can go to campaign and the armed forces are ready to divert you, to prevent you from campaigning, and you keep on campaigning, and you think you'll become a president. But let me stop there for a moment.
Thank you very much, Professor Frederick Senewa. And now I'll let the Honorable Justice James Ogola to speak next.
Thank you. I was wondering why I was invited to speak here. Now I know why. To my right and to my left, including myself, were guests a couple of weeks ago at State House, where we were awarded some honor for motivating people?
Example of good leadership in public and mentoring
Mentoring the younger generation. That's why Sarah, I think, saw the clip and called 3 of us here. I don't know about Justice Kriegler. Were you awarded anything in the last couple of weeks? Two of these 3, I'm the only one who is not an insider. These 2 colleagues of mine were part and parcel of the Constituent Assembly or the Review Commission.
He was the first one in the review also. He chaired that.
When Dr. Masembe is finished, I will continue with my speech. But what claim do I have to knowing anything at all about constitutions, especially constitution making and safeguarding it? I happen to be a member of the judiciary at one time and dealt very closely with the interpretation, application of constitutions. Today, at this conference, we commemorate and we celebrate 30 odd years of the promulgation of our Constitution. Yet yesterday, 9th October, we celebrated 63 years of our country's sovereign independence from the clutches of 70 years of foreign rule. Our deep gratitude goes to our hosts, CCG, for undertaking today's noble celebrations of our Constitution. The big question in my mind to ask is this: how come there is a discrepancy, a disconnect between the birthday of our country and the birthday of her Constitution? Was the country born without a constitution? If there was a constitution at the genesis of the country, what happened to that constitution? Where did it go? What circumstances gave rise to its disappearance? But more importantly, what lessons do we glean from the somber history of Uganda's 63 years of sovereignty? Sovereignty sometimes with a constitution, and sovereignty sometimes without a constitution. We shall attempt to answer those questions later in my presentation. For now, let us explore other facets of the constitutional history of the independent Republic of Uganda. There's a gap of 33 years between the birth of Uganda in 1962 and the birth of the Constitution in 1995. In that 33-year gap lies the seed and the DNA of the hiccups, false starts, reverberations, insurrections, assassinations, and revolutions of Uganda's constitution and institutional dispensation. In a sense, of course, all these are but the storms and strifes of nation building. Let us now focus on the 30 years of the existence of the 1995 Constitution. The theme of my focus will be along the lines of constitutional accountability, or an audit of the balance sheet of the Constitution of 1995. Here we will attempt to delve into an accountability or auditing or post-mortem, if you will, of the 1995 Constitution. It's an audit of the performance of the Constitution, made with reference to each and every relevant sector of the state. In this regard, the Constitution itself provides for safeguards against abuse. The sectors on which the duty to safeguard the integrity and vitality of the Constitution are many, but chief among them are the following four. 1, the judicial branch. 2, the legislative branch. 3, the executive branch. And 4, we, the people, the citizens of this Pearl of Africa. A pearl, I must add, which was once luminous, now rustic and jaded. How have these four branches fared in upholding the integrity, the vitality, and the sanctity of the Constitution over these 30 years? Let's take each branch one by one, very much on the lines of the biblical parable of the talents. One investor was given 10, another I think 5, the last one 1. And there came time for accountability on how they invested their talents. The judiciary, by its unique mandate of calling to order all the other sectors and branches of state, is the branch on which the life of the constitutional safeguards rests. It's the one branch that is vested with the obligation and the power to interpret and to apply provisions of the Constitution, and to sanction those who would contravene or violate the content and the intent of the Constitution. To stand true to its mandate, the judiciary needs to manifest courage, boldness, and clarity in pronouncing itself over the constitutional cases and petitions that come to it for the judicial resolution. Justice Kriegler, when he started his presentation, said that he was going to speak his mind. The judiciary, especially, needs to speak their mind in judicial resolution of disputes. What has the judiciary of Uganda demonstrated in these matters over the 30 years of existence of the 1995 Constitution? The court's performance has been a mixed bag. Let's consider just 3 of the many groundbreaking cases the court has dealt with. 1, in a presidential election petition, I believe of 2006, I could be wrong, but I believe it's 2006, the court took an ambiguous stand. It held that in that particular presidential election, all the rules of a fair and credible election were contravened, I believe, by the winner, quote, winner. But that nonetheless, that winner would take victory legitimately. Here, the court was perceived by many to have failed in its duty to stand for the courage of its conviction. Also perceived to lack clarity in its stand on such an important matter. The court left ambiguity floating in the air and a fog drifting in the mind of the citizenry. When a similar, almost identical petition came up in the neighboring Republic of Kenya, the court there took courage and clarity to overturn the results of the presidential election in no uncertain terms. In a second case, before the court, the Constitutional Court of Uganda was loud and clear and emphatically ruled that the president's power over judicial appointments was restricted to the candidates duly vetted and recommended to the president by the Judicial Service Commission. The President could accept or reject them, but could not substitute his own or her own preferred candidates, let alone to suggest to the Judicial Service Commission which candidates to consider or to interview. And in any case, the President's appointment of judicial officers was and is subject to further vetting, and that is by the legislature. This year, 2025, the top court was faced with another case of gigantic constitutional importance, namely whether military courts in Uganda have jurisdiction to try civilians. This time, the court minced no words. It quickly, courageously, and succinctly ruled against military jurisdiction over civilians and compelled the state to immediately discontinue any such cases that were ongoing and turn them over to the appropriate civilian courts. Second audit is about the legislative branch. Here we explore the legislative branch's mandate to pass the laws of the land. Its mandate is to pass laws that are consistent with the letter and the spirit of the Constitution. How many times and how deeply have legislative enactments been struck down for non-conformity with the Constitution? How often have members of Parliament, singly and collectively, bent over backwards to desecrate the very foundations of the constitutional edifice of the nation? In this regard, two prime examples come to mind. The representatives of the people found no qualms at all to strike down a hallowed provision of the Constitution, which mandated term limits on the President's occupation of that office. In equal measure, they found it easily conscientious to strike down an equally hallowed provision of the Constitution that prescribed age limits on the President's occupation of that office. Increasingly, the legislative branch has tended to ingratiate itself too closely with the executive branch. To the extent of fundamental decisions within the ambit of the legislature, including clear constitutional matters, being taken in caucuses held at State House, if not at the ruling party's ideological college, Kyankwanzi. Such decisions are then brought to the official legislative house for endorsement, usually without any deep-seated, soul-searching debate and deliberation, but quite often with well-oiled, open funding of the legislators by the executive. Worse still, consider the position of the Speaker of the Legislative Chamber, who occupies the third highest ranking office of the ruling party's policy organ. I believe it's called the National Executive Council, NEC. A position over which toxic, open, partisan campaigning was exorbitantly exhibited recently. All these have stood in stark contradiction of the country's constitutional doctrine of separation of powers. All in all, 30 years of the existence of the Constitution have seen a disturbing correlation between the legislative and the executive branches of state, which negates the healthy constitutional mandate of clear-cut separation of the three major arms of state. In these scenarios, the end loser is the integrity, the vitality, and the sanctity of our cherished Constitution. Audit number 3, the executive branch over these 30 years of the Constitution. Constitutional mandate of the executive branch is to execute the laws and the affairs of the state, and to do so with a total faith and fidelity to the dictates of the Constitution. It is for this reason that the President, all cabinet members, and all top civil servants of the state mandatorily take an oath to, quote, defend, protect, and uphold the Constitution. And at the end of that, they expressly invoke divine help. They say, so help me God, or words to that effect. With that invocation, the sanctity and the sacredness of the Constitution is sealed. Of all the branches of the state, the executive is the one endowed with the power, authority, and the means to enforce the country's constitutional mandate. How often has the executive disobeyed, I put that word in quotes, disobeyed the orders of the courts, the stands of the legislature, and trampled underfoot the open wishes of the people? A very recent case in point is the latest major judgment of the top court concerning the lack of jurisdiction by military courts to try civilians. The executive has exhibited disdain, indeed contempt for the court's clear ruling and orders in this matter. Furthermore, there was a time when the executive, sometime back when I was still on the bench, the executive not only disdained court rulings in land disputes, but did install its own mechanisms at State House to sort of review particular court rulings and orders in land matters, and to substitute their own rulings in such matters. How often has the executive run roughshod over the content and the intent of the Constitution? The last audit, we, the people. The the 1995 Court Constitution went a step further to impose on the citizens a duty to ensure that all persons under the Constitution live by it. And if there are contraventions and violations of it, that we, the people, intervene to put right the matter. How have we, the people, lived up to and measured up to our constitutionally given privilege and duty? Have we done so faithfully and consistently? Have we gone to the courts to enforce this? Have we poured out in the streets in peaceful protest to show our outrage when things go wrong? Have we petitioned Parliament over any such shortcomings? Have we elected wise, courageous, and conscientious representatives and civic leaders to voice our lamentations and grievances in the allotted councils of state? In short, have we sought to uphold the Constitution, to protect it, to defend it when occasion has demanded our undivided attention and participation? And we, the people, participate in all these as individuals and corporately as political party leaders and members, trade, industrial and labor unionists, members of civic organizations, as youth in society, as elders in the communities, as members of the Fourth Estate, and above all, as enfranchised electors in the nation. Summary: all in all, the diverse branches of state have played a critical role in the development and management of the constitutional mandate over the last 30 years. There have been bright spots shown in the constitutional firmament, but there have also been a thick darkness covering the letter and the spirit of the Constitution, as well as the content and the intent of its mandate. There's been a mixed bag of performance on all fronts. The future wellness and welfare of the Constitution in the next 30 years would demand a lot more from all fronts to ensure that the rights, the freedoms, and the liberty contained in the Constitution, as well as the duties and responsibilities conferred by the Constitution, are upheld, protected, defended, and safeguarded in our land. Foremost among the principles that we need to cultivate and adhere to will be the principle of constitutionalism, the ethic of absorbing in the very fiber of the state the ideal to live by the constitutional construct in every breath that we inhale and in every breath that we exhale. And that brings us back to where we started. Where was the Constitution during the 33-year gap of our sovereign life? Suffice to say, there was an interregnum, I believe that's the word, when there's no monarch on the throne or something like that. There was an interregnum of sorts. In 1961-62, Uganda had the British-designed Independence Constitution, which sought to marry monarchism and republicanism in one national love bed. In 1966, hardly 4 years of our independence, following on the storming of the Kabaka's palace, or Lubiri, at Mengo, the Independence Constitution was unceremoniously thrown out, and a brand new one that no one had ever heard of except the then Prime Minister and his Attorney General was stuck in the legislators' pigeonholes. Then hardly 1 year later, in 1967, the pigeonhole constitution was yanked out and a Republican one brought in. Hardly 4 years after that, on 25th January 1971, the government was forcefully thrown out, and with it, the nation's constitution was by a stroke of Idi Amin's pen abolished in the coup d'etat of that month and year. From 1971 to 1995, Uganda writhed under one decree or another, totally without a promulgated constitution. A state without a constitution is next to a stateless entity. A state without legal boundaries. A state without state organs. A state without the rule of law. Instead, a state ruled by capricious decrees of the imposed ruler. A state without the safeguards of a constitution, a state where anything and everything groans under the caprice of the prince. Little wonder then that Idi Amin, the archetypical prince of caprice, got away with a string of murders, assassinations, genocide, and a litany of untold atrocities, including the infamous mass expulsion of Ugandan citizens of Asian extraction without any constitutional qualms from any corner. Close on Idi Amin's heels and the military boots of the Tanzanian Wakombozi, there followed other warlords who ascended to the throne by force of arms, namely the Mwangas, Men of Iron, the Tito and Basilio Okello, twin generals, and then, 1985, the Bush warriors from the blood-stained Luwero Triangle. During all this time, the Constitution stood overthrown. Without overthrow, the age of the Constitution vanished. Instead, the age of the rifle was ushered into the national fabric, to last from 1971 to 1995. Period of, I believe, 24 years. The sanctity of the Constitution was seriously raped woefully deflowered, then thrown out of the narrow window as the rifle and the military boots marched in through the big gate of the hapless state. What are the lessons to learn? And I will be done. 1, let us obey the Constitution. 2, let us adhere to it like a leech on the body skin. 3, let us worship the Constitution as the foundation of the citizens' freedom, equality, fraternity, and liberty. 4, let us desist from tampering with the letter and the spirit of the Constitution. 5, let the judicial branch do the interpretation and application of the Constitution totally unfettered by any other branch of state. To tamper with the content and intent of the Constitution risks sliding into total abrogation or repudiation of the rest of the Constitution. In this regard, let's avoid George Orwell's Animal Farm syndrome, where the liberators gradually transform into the original oppressors. 7, let us all, everyone, however lofty a position they may occupy in the hierarchy of society, let us all uphold the gospel of the Constitution. Number 8, the last one. Let us, from deep down in our national fiber, live by the spirit and ethic of constitutionalism. I am done.
Another round of applause. I think the message is clear. Let's just avoid tampering with the Constitution. I would like now to invite Dr. Miriam Atembe to speak next.
I don't know now what. When these distinguished seniors of mine have said it all. But I want to thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this discussion. I want to thank our guest speaker. I must apologize for arriving late and missing some of the things, but at least I had the crucial ones. The one which you said, stability. And another one which I will say. I must say that I'm so happy and privileged to sit here with these seniors, you know. When 59, where was I? But at least I was there more than many of you. I was somewhere. And the joy I get is that when I find myself on a platform with my, especially this, you are the seniorist because the gray hair looks more than these distinguished people whom I highly respect. You know why I love my God? God is very amazing. You know, let me first say that since I have no topic. Since I have no topic, I'm here to speak from my mind. As my God drops the words, I will say them. And so, what was it? I was going to say that God is amazing. Because can you imagine? I respect these people so highly, and all of you do so. First of all, I am a lawyer through professor there. He was my best lecturer in Makerere. And I used to admire and do his subjects so well. Can you imagine? God is so gracious. Only to find myself sitting with this great man, being a member of the Uganda Constitutional Commission. Can you imagine? And moreover, just Sodochi, who was a great at LDC. These great people, God put me to sit with them. And we make a constitution. You remember she was saying that they were not agreeable to so many of my things because I was, young, and for them they had seen the experience in this country, and me, I was so vibrant, with the NRIM, and I was saying the beginning of Uganda, the new one, which will be great. So at times I would come with that vibe, but then they would say this one. But in the end, consensus. Why I'm saying that is, you see, you have heard their views. I'll put mine. The good thing is that I sit with, they have humor in a democratic, diplomatic way. For me, I just, no diplomacy. So I will undiplomize. Okay? Does that word exist? They are diplomatic. I will what they are saying so that, they are very bright. You can see them. Now, he started by saying, you even forgot, talk about the rape of the Temple of Justice. How did you forget that? That was one of the things that were happening, destroying our constitution. And this brave judge there, when the court was headed by the military to, you remember, some of you were not there yet. And he stood up and said, we had to go there, the lawyers, and wash the Temple of Justice because it was raped. You see, things began long ago. But now, when you told these people that the other day we found ourselves there, unknowingly, that the country of Uganda, not the government, it was the country Uganda, which was recognizing us as the great people, great leaders of integrity, and, working as example, as leaders to this country and mentors of the young generation. Can you imagine? What does that mean? That if, despite our open talks, the people of this country know that, yes, we are great leaders in this country. You clap for us. And then after that, when actually TikTok was saying, now Matembi is finished his boat, then Sarah said, I'm going to redeem you by bringing you here on this platform so that you still keep your mind. So I'm very grateful to that. One thing I say I am favored. I don't know whether any of you have been privileged enough to be right from the beginning of this 1995 Constitution. I was there as a commissioner. I was there as Constituent Assembly delegate. I was there on the committee, legal and drafting committee, that put a stamp to the final document that was promulgated. I didn't stop there. Then I went to Parliament to start the implementation of that constitution. Therefore, you can see the favor I have, knowing every stage. Thank you very much for giving the background, where we are coming from when we made the 1995 Constitution. And by the way, I've been telling people, when you come and say 30 years of implementing the 1995 Constitution, I said, wait a minute. The 1995 Constitution stopped before 10 years, you know? And I can prove this because the 1995 Constitution the commission was chaired by Justice Odoki. That constitution you call Odochi Commission, down the road, there was the Sempebwa Review Commission. You forget that, you Ugandans. Before 10 years even, I think, there was the Uganda Review, the Constitutional Review Commission, chaired by Professor Sempebwa, who was one of the members of the original commission. And what did he do? He saw all these things as he chaired, and he came out with a minority report. Thank him. You clap. You people, you know, you don't know. Because he realized, he said, no, our constitution, which was popularly made, you people, this was the first time Ugandans sat together and they said, yes, colonialism is gone. Those constitutions made by those people are gone. This is the moment, this is the time we Ugandans are sitting here to recreate our Uganda, because the other one was cut like this, and we were building a foundation on which to build the new Uganda. And move on. That were the expectations. If you look at the principles, I had noted them down, but I don't know where I put my notebook. Senior age is coming in. But the principles, Sarah, you know them in our preamble, the principles upon which the new constitution were based, and we are seeing a new Uganda. And we elected, and Ugandans talked, and this is what we want. This is where we want to go. And the CA put this, yes, this is it. And then we went very happy and held elections in 1996, you know, to put the President Museveni in official power. Because the other 10 years, he had taken over government and overthrown constitutions. So he was able to make sure that we make a constitution. And the 1996 elections, the first elections within the constitution, to start implementing the constitution. And I want to thank the Lord that I was also there. And that time, election violence, no. Rigging, no. Bribe, no. All those things were not there. And so we start implementing our constitution. Before 9 years or what? This constitution is critically injured. What do you call it? When they cut your leg? Amputated. Thank you very much. That constitution, by 10 years, it was amputated by removing crucial thing that Ugandans were concerned about. But before that, as a person who started implementing the constitution, I came to realize, I told you I'm not going into diplomacy. I came to realize that leadership seemed not to have understood constitutionalism. You know, wanting a constitution. You know, in the Bible, there is a statement which says that some Christians have a form of godliness, but denying its power. So now, in this country, the leadership wanted a constitution, but denying its power. And for me, I say maybe they didn't understand the power of a constitution. They thought that a constitution is a mere paper. And I personally had our president telling us, constitution is a mere paper. And that's what President Obote had also said. But a constitution is a mere paper. So if our leaders see a constitution as just a mere paper, without understanding constitutionalism, then what do you say? I'm telling you these things because we are looking at the journey of the Constitution. So ours ended in 10 years. Then after that, the Constitutional Review Commission, which came now and cut the leg and facilitated or enabled disabled and enabled the Constitution to work. You see, started limping. And that's when things began. But it was brought by the realization that the principle of separation of powers affects or disturbs the executive. Because it was very clear, I don't know whether any of you, Sarah, you remember that case of Bujagari. That was the beginning. When Bujagari, the executive wanted to give a contract to make electricity in Bujagari to a company in America, and now the parliament took its authority and looked at it and said, no, this is not right. We are not taking this. Sixth parliament. You people, you always hear how sixth parliament is the pain in the neck of our president. The sixth parliament stood up like he was saying, no, we have our authority. We must take authority here. Executive, you are not going to order us here. Like the NRC previously. And that was Hero. Hero broke loose from that time. You people who don't know what is happening with this constitution and all that kind of thing. That the principle of separation of powers, where the president realized that, hey, you mean I am hampered in being the Professor Sempe, what he told us, he's the head of the household. He tells these women and children, don't talk, don't talk. So all of a sudden he sees the wife talking now. Something must happen to you. So there was now a new strategy to recapture the authority from the institutions of the state, those three institutions, the parliament, the judiciary, and me as I talk, because I don't want to take long, because they have said it all, but I said I'm diplomatizing it for you. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, down the road, the parliament, the constitution of Uganda, the parliament who was working with implementing the constitution ended with the seventh parliament. And you all know, you who were there. Because when the term limit was proposed and removed, and was to be removed, and the Ugandans were saying no, some of us were the leaders who said no. Why? Because we knew what Ugandans want. We knew what Ugandans want. We were seeing them. We saw their passion. They said, this country, you are telling us of a constitution, but we can tell you, you cannot. What does the constitution mean when the president can never hand power peacefully? Their concern was, unless we have peaceful handover of power from one president to another, then this constitution does not make sense to us. And we asked them, so what do we do? And they said, let us limit the term of the president. Because the president comes in, they have power, they have military, they have resources, we cannot talk. You know, my senior here was saying, let us raise the demonstration. Which demonstration? Where will you demonstrate from? You know, my senior, you are telling them, let us do this, but you are telling the wrong people. All these people seated here have no right to do. That is the truth. The ones who have right to do are not here. I hope they will read those things, but even if they do. So, for me, as far as I'm concerned, the moment the term limit was removed, and was removed through corruption. Who doesn't know this? When we stood up very tough, 5 million came. The parliament was bribed. They removed the term limit, and the beginning started. right from the 8th Parliament, implementation of the Constitution, the principle of separation of powers, then the judiciary was raped. So now, in other words, he was saying diplomatically, but the principle of separation of powers does not apply in this country. You all know that. You look at the executive. Who rules the executive? Don't you know? In the constitutionalism, where is the position of the first family? Is it there? Is it given role? But practically, who rules this country? Who does? Me, I came here to undiplomaticize these things so that you see them very properly. And I'm not going to talk too much. That constitution, as I told you, when you look at the principles which it had put, unity, peace, freedom, equality, we had suffered with the military. We had suffered the way we are suffering now. Militarization. Me, I call the rulership in this country military dictatorship. Whether you talk of elections, to me, they mean nothing. This is me. You called me to talk as a person who started and saw the journey and saw where it is ending now. And I want to say that Ugandans have been captured. The institutions have been captured. For you are captured by fear. I don't know whether it is fear for jobs, whether fear for your lives. You just bow anyhow and you go on. So where is the constitutionalism now? Now I can look here and see what I had put. The major question of that constitution that time was governance, as you have heard. Handing of power peacefully from one president to another. It is now 40 years. No peaceful handover of power from one president to another. What independence is that? Me, I'm asking. Independence? Where Ugandans cannot decide, where the civil society, civic space is captured. Some of us are chased everywhere we go to try to do. You remember Sedu, which was looking over the elections and so on, and when I became a chair, it was closed completely so that he doesn't talk, but I continue talking because that is the talent I got. You remember when they gave talents? I've got to account for my talent when I go to heaven. And so, central, and I should finish, then we'll debate. Central to the problem of governance in this country, which leads to violation of our constitution and forgetting what? Constitutionalism is what drives people into leadership in this country, especially the political leadership. What should drive people into leadership should be people. You should be self-centered. You should be people-centered and service-oriented. You go to positions of power, to get power, to use it, to serve your people and your nation. That is the leadership I knew. That is the leadership for which we are getting these awards. That one. But the current leadership right down the road as it moves has been overtaken by self-centeredness and power-oriented. People want power to use it for their self-interests. So, with that kind of thing, what constitutionalism are you talking about? Central to the Constitution were human rights. Human rights was very central. You can imagine the violation of human rights in this country. High. People are suffering. Then come greed. Have you ever, the other day I was saying, but surely I think our land is cursed because greed for land, torturing, oppressing. You ended with that statement. The animal farm, where those people who came to deliver us and we embraced, they have really oppressed, exploited, manipulated, that people are crying. Our guest of honor, Chief Speaker, People are crying for you. You live in your country. But people are suffering, people are crying, the oppressed, the poor, the gap between the rich and the poor is just too much. If you are poor, no treatment. The members of parliament, the ministers, they fly them away for treatment. For you, you die there suffering. Yes, relative stability, you said, yes, they are sleeping. But are they sleeping in peace or in pain? Really, this is serious. Now, I think I have said that fear, self-centeredness, and no constitutionalism, but constitution. Some form of godliness without respecting its power. One thing that our guest speaker said, which came into my mind, the second one, not professor, I won't quote your words, but they are there. I wish you could read them for us. But he said that something in this country is glooming. Those are my words. And unless it is halted or dealt with, we are in to see a full burst. I said, hey, kumbe the guest knows our things. Because for sure, all of you know whatever is going on, even with the elections. By the way, have you ever seen the parliament is not sitting? Why? Because the speaker is accompanying the president in a campaign. You people, where is the democracy? Where is constitutionalism? Where is it? I must finish here, and then you will challenge me, and then we shall see how we move. But let me conclude by saying this. Many people condemn us. I'm sure Professor also knows. But for him, you could have stopped that commission. But for us who went here and made the constitution, we are being accused. It is our fault. We are the people who gave the president the centralized power that he must do anything he wants. I want to tell you today, having been given this opportunity, that that's a lie. The president abuses power. We gave him the right power. We looked at Uganda, we said, you know, the president is answerable for anything that goes wrong or right. And so since he's answerable, once a president is elected, we should give him peace. I mean, some way to nominate those people whom he thinks can work with him to lead this country. We said he should have that right to nominate. But we said, since parliament represents us as people, and since power belongs to the people, as we said in the Constitution, and we have given this power which belongs to us, to the members of parliament and to the president to lead us. Now let the president, who will be answerable finally, have the authority and power to nominate the people he wants to work with. Whether cabinet, whether judges, whether what, government, parastatals, let him nominate, but subject his nomination to the parliament, which represents us, so that the parliament had the power and authority to reject or endorse. And when I was in that parliament, which I called the parliament, not this. Yes, we would decide. You know, when we decided, he made sure he fought us, and we got out and he captured the parliament. But we would decide, we censured even ministers. We censured them. We would refuse to endorse an appointment. But now, even when the parliament censures the minister stays there working. Can you imagine a minister, you censured the minister, he's supposed to go. And now he appears before you. And now he has a budget, and you give it. How do you see her? Why don't you throw her out? But does the parliament do that? It has been demeaned. It has been made powerless. It has been like you bow down to this holy person up there, and we are just done. Otherwise, the parliament is the one supposed to endorse or reject. It handed over its power. It surrendered itself. It bowed, like, I don't want to use those tough words, but I would have said it, but we have guests here. I want them to think I'm very good. You just bow your authority, and then they walk on you and you move on. You people, so stop condemning us. The man has no absolute power. He only abuses power. He violates the constitution, and then the rest say yes, 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 and it is your fault. So you better rise up and redeem yourself. And with that, I endorse all these things which my seniors said. I was only detonating it to small ones.
Interesting. This conversation is live on UBC TV. Thank you. Another round of Dr. Matembe. I'll ask our panelists to hold the seats a little bit so we can now get reactions from the plenary. I'll give whoever wants to speak, 3 minutes each. Just observe time, please. 3 minutes, and then we'll get back to, if you have any comment or question, then we'll get back to our speakers so we can conclude this conversation. Three minutes for everyone who's, yes, thank you.
Mr. Moderator, sir, the distinguished panelists, and the keynote addresser. My name is John Ken Lukyams, the man. Before I make any comment, I must say, without biasness, that the 3 stars are pronounced, should be pronounced as intellectuals. And to borrow the words of Professor Mazui, who mentored me, Professor Mazui defined an intellectual as a person who is fascinated by ideas and has acquired the skill to handle those ideas effectively. They have effectively acted. My first reaction goes to Honorable Matembe, who was my colleague in the 7th Parliament. Madame Matembe, you seem as if you had a phobia for 1962 Constitution. You cannot disown the federal constitution under which the Ugandan nation was born. Whether there were squibbles here and there, you should be proud of your birth as a nation state, so that you do not hide under the blame of colonialism as an influence from the right context. My comment is about the remarks made by Professor Sempebwa, who was a key actor in the constitution making exercise. Professor Sempebwa, what persuaded you when you are making inquiries about constitutional making to pose questionnaires of this magnitude? Aware of the situation you have been going through, do you still need kingdoms? You are posing that question before the owners of the state. What was your purpose? You should be able to explain that. Now, we are in a dilemma, a big dilemma. Since I was a member of the 7th Parliament, let me tell you what exactly happened. When the government realized that the people of Uganda were still interested in the division of powers under federalism, after experiencing the report of Odoki and Professor Sempewa respectively, the government opposed what they called regional tier. When the regional tier came to us in Parliament, we debated it squarely and rejected its form. Government went ahead to pass it through the influence of the NRM members. When it reached the Parliamentary Council, it is the Parliamentary Council that partially rescued us when it refused to write the word regional tier because of its excessive ambiguity. They said in legislative drafting, and I'm a small authority in that area of law, you cannot write the word regional tier. It does not exist anywhere in the world, and it is a meaningless slogan. They wrote regional government. What is in the Constitution was formulated by the Parliamentary Council of Uganda, and a clap for her. Otherwise, regional tier, what does it mean? It does not mean anything. So the Conservatives have protested. We are saying nobody is entitled to give us federalism. It is the people of Uganda to decide their destiny. And we have a petition in proposition which endeavors to make sure that we reform that regional governance provision squarely by saying that Uganda should be named the Federal Republic of Uganda, because the Federal Republic of Uganda reflects our adventure in the struggle for freedom. The government of Uganda is bent on making us live the way in which we were formed, we were born. And we are insisting that we should have a devolution of powers, whether it likes or not. So from now onwards, the Conservative Party is going to pray very hard that we send as many MPs as possible in Parliament, so that when we reach Parliament, we can reform squarely that lame factor of regional tier into a meaningful federal slogan. What are we saying? The time is now to warn President Museveni that enough is enough. We can no longer be governed in the way he wants us to govern under that oligarchy, which includes his wife, his sons, his so and so. That chapter must go, and it must go now. So the political parties now in the field, we are looked at as if we are underdogs, as if we were non-government organizations. We cannot talk. You, Dr. Justice Ogora, thank you for your brilliant presentation. I did not want you to stop. I wish he spoke on up to 7 p.m. tonight. Noreste bagasta ndaba nastange, bagasta mba ntistinti exceste la kitustuse, mweste mwe mustuje omusasajja asajja kugestenda era agestenda.
Thank you, Honorable Ken Luchams. We need to make an agreement. 3 minutes is 3 minutes. All right? Yes. Okay, I'll pass the mic on, and I'll find you wherever you are. 3 minutes, let it be 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks very much. Our presenters. Godbert Mshabe are my names. I am the chairman of the board of CCG, and I do a couple of other things. Yeah, really, I mean, the presentations have been really spot on in terms of the nature of the crisis that we face. But you know, for me, just to bring it down, the crisis we face normally is manifest in the speech that has been given by my friend and brother, Thomas Tayobwa. Because you see, when you hold a public office, there are certain expectations on you. Whether you speak as a lawyer, which he is, whether you speak as a politician or an ordinary person. Now, but when you are a deputy speaker of parliament, and you come and speak to a public forum, and you say, one, you don't know what balance of power means. That's scaring. That is completely scary. You don't know balance of power between the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. But more scaring is the rationalization that the president has more power because he is elected by everybody. That's really scaring you people. Because you see, everybody, even when you go to the Constitution, everybody who holds the power in this country holds it in trust for the citizens. That power is derived from the citizens. So, essentially for us as Ugandans, under our Constitution, made by these wonderful people, we said we will have a president. And we gave the president the power of appointment. So when he appoints the Chief Justice, and because that's the major appointment he makes, the Speaker is elected. So when he appoints the Chief Justice and all the other officers, this guy is appointing them on our behalf. He's not the one who is appointing. We are the ones who gave him the power. Now, the problem that we've had is that when we have leaders of the nature of the speaker, you know, you can't have a speaker who becomes a bag woman over a president. You can't. That's not a country, people. Let's be serious. Some of you have seen the speaker kneel down before a president. Sure, it's very, very disturbing that even all of us as a country, we accept it. A speaker of parliament kneeling before a president, and then it passes as if it's okay. Yeah? So I think that we have a problem now as a country because the deputy speaker was challenging me that I should go, I should contest, that I go and become an MP and be part of that group. Yeah, because you see, if you have, normally when you have a leadership in a country, you create, the reason we, even all these agencies of government, the reason we give criteria and say you must have the following qualifications. You are trying to up the credibility of the institution so that it attracts the right people. Even in our small organizations, you set a criteria. We want researchers of this level. We want this because you are trying to up. Now, when you have a government that lowers the qualities and the specifications of these people, then you basically exclude those who think are very serious. I actually believe, to be honest, with all due respect, I don't think that if you are a serious Ugandan, you are aspiring to join that parliament. We have to be working to change that parliament so that we have the right people there. So that's I think that's the major issue that we have to deal with, that you have to be able to change the parliament. We change it. And by any means, by the way, Professor Sebe and Miria, you did a wonderful job that when the constitution is overthrown, I'm going to wind up in just a few seconds. When the constitution is overthrown, we are supposed to use any means to be able to defend that constitution. Because the 1995 constitution was overthrown. It was overthrown in 2005, and whatever remained was removed in 2017. Let me conclude by the point on age limit, because the speaker will come and say, I'm for age limit, I'm for term limits, but I don't want age limits. No, but it doesn't take rocket science to know that these wise men and women who wrote that document were creating safeguards. It's not an either or. There's a safeguard of term limits. So if you are a young person like Kabera that he used, then we know you are only spending 2 terms. But there's also a safeguard of age limit which is separate and distinct from term limits. So if you are an old man like me, you know that if you are at 70, you know you can rule only for 1 term. So it's as simple as that. Does that take rocket science? Now, I find it frightening when someone like Speaker Katiba and other high-profile people come and talk to Ugandans in that sense. You guys, we have a problem. We just need to be brutally honest with ourselves that we have to change the problem because the problem is there. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Awoneka from Walezwa Katiba, Guardians of the Constitution. The 2 things for me, My Lord Justice Ogola, you asked us as Ugandans to defend our constitution. And I'm asking, how else are we going to do it? We have gone to court, we have filed petitions. The streets, we no longer have spaces. All the playgrounds, all the spaces are taken over by the military. Cannot even go to the people in Makerere cannot even protest in the Freedom Square about school, about tuition. Where else can we go? What can we do to defend our constitution? Lastly, the constitution for the last 30 years has only been translated into 15 languages out of the 45 that it's supposed to. Civics and political education were banned from school. No one knows about the constitution. So it is deliberate that we do not know about the constitution. So that's something that we need to do. What do we do in the circumstances, in the defense of the constitution, but lawful, when the lawful means have been taken over by the boots?
Thank you so much. By virtue of my height, allow me to take the podium. Excuse me. Okay. I'm sure now you can see me, isn't it? Thank you so much. My name is Ochero Ronald Frank. I'm a medical student, 4th year at Kampala International University. Allow me first salute all the young men and women that are here today. We are the leaders of today, right? It's no longer realistic to say that we are leaders of tomorrow by virtue of our youthful population of Uganda and that of Africa that stands at an average age of 19 years, isn't it? All right, one of the areas of discussion today that has captured my attention was stability. That was emphasized repeatedly by Honorable Speaker Thomas Tayebwa. But I feel like we are leaving the real question. The real question of today should not be stability, it should be sustainability. All Ugandans have seen what has happened. There is peace in the country. We are relatively stable, but it's also questionable, just like Professor Frederick has brought it in his analogy, and we have heard the speakers that have been arguing. So, stability is even questionable. The real question of today is sustainability. Yes? Okay. To have sustainability, we need to have strong and independent systems. We need to have strong and independent institutions, majorly the legislature and the judiciary, of which is arguably deniable that we do not have those systems at the moment. To have those strong systems, we need to have an empowered citizenry. We need to have an empowered generation. It is these empowered people that build strong systems. It is the strong system then that go ahead to bring about sustainability and to hold our democracy. We can go about blaming the government of today, and we can do that for years and years. As long as we do not go back to empower the generations, that these generations are going to build these strong systems, that the systems are now going to hold government accountable. Yes, our judiciary is down, our legislature is down, and that is what those in power ride on to bring about unconstitutionalism and lack of rule of law. So okay. I would like to thank Dr. Sarah and the panelists of today that are trying to bring this discussion down to young people. It is these empowered young people that are going to rise up and build these institutions that is going to now bring about what we want, the democracy and the rule of law.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's just have 2-3 comments. We'll get to our speakers and we'll come back for another round.
My name is Egesa Ronald Leonard. I am a civically active Ugandan. And I'd like to appreciate the panelists for this morning session. I was about just around 10, 11 years old when the Constitution was promulgated in 1995. As a young person who loved current affairs, my hopes were in the sky. I looked at this as the best plan for Ugandans to govern ourselves into the future. And I identified one enemy that the Constitution had taken out. The enemy was military men. So that was the enemy I identified at the time. But like they say in the military, the best plans fail at the first contact with the enemy. So the enemy, the first contact with the enemy came in 2005. Because we had a very smooth ride. I remember the wins by Dr. James Ranyarare, the late Paul Kawanga Semogere in the Constitution and Supreme Court. They kept on showing us that we seem to be on the right path and the needle is moving one step at a time. And as young people, we had a lot of hope. Now, first contact with the enemy, 2005, term limits out. A military man had successfully emasculated the other arm of government, the legislature. The Black Mamba was the beginning of emasculation of the other arm of government, the judiciary. The rest is history. Now, my question to you, distinguished panelists. We have distinguished practitioners and jurists, and we have a distinguished former legislator. Can we stop speaking in tongues and tell Ugandans the alternative means they can use to redeem the Constitution? Because the judiciary and the legislature have been emasculated by the head of the executive. So what, can we speak a language that Ugandans will understand? What options do we have? What can we do to redeem constitutionalism for this country? Thank you very much.
Thank you. More comments?
Thank you very much. I'm going to raise a concern. You've picked so many men to speak. You don't look behind. My hand was the first up to comment, but unfortunately the microphone was handed over to Honorable Luchamzi. I guess he's a bigger man, so you had to give him the audience. Anyway, my name is Yvonne Mpambara. I'm a social justice lawyer. Have you switched off my microphone? Oh. I was among the only 3 women that submitted forms and expressed interest to run for presidency and remove Museveni. I have a comment and questions on the design of the Constitution. I know you don't want to take blame, but your great, brilliant minds that sat down to draft the Ugandan Constitution from 1995. From the very onset of the design of this Constitution, especially when we look at the separation of powers, what was in the minds of the drafters when they looked at the power they were giving the president in the Constitution to appoint all the different positions that we have in the Constitution, the Electoral Commission, the IGG, the Human Rights Commission, the judiciary? What was running through the minds of the drafters on the independence of the other parts or organs of governance? If one man, okay, I'll call him a man because right now he's the one leading this country, had the power to appoint them, how will a judicial officer, like a justice, wake up one day and say, I'm going to impeach Museveni who appointed me into the role I'm in? How would it have worked? I would love to hear how you were thinking about that, how the independence of these organs would have performed if the power was already in one man. Do we feel it was utopian for us to design our constitution that way? For parliament, it makes sense, but the executive in the constitution seems to have had a flaw. Secondly, you can't blame these people for getting power to amend the constitution as they want. If they're calling it a mere paper, it's because it has become a mere paper. If Museveni wakes up today and I've annoyed him and he says, I'm going to put a clause, a new article in the constitution that bars Yvonne from running for presidency. It's because he's been given the power to do so. Who do we blame? That's a discussion for another day. But should we then, and this is a question I'm going to pose, should we amend the clause on amendment in the Constitution and restrict it to a certain level of review that does not give power for most of these power-hungry people to just wake up and get angry and draft and redraft and amputate, like Honorable Dr. Miriam was saying, and amputate the Constitution as they will, or based off emotion? Thirdly and lastly, sorry, I don't want to talk too much. I think I talked about the utopian nature of this Constitution. Was it a genuine draft or document that was meant for Uganda, or we drafted it from what the colonial masters had left behind and just placed something in Uganda to try and work on? Is it realistic? Is it actually a living document? Are we genuinely saying that the Constitution that we have is a living document that can work in Uganda? Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists. I'm Elizabeth Abasa from Johann, Uganda. My question is very simple and precise. As the young people, as the youth, the current surge is on us. We really agree we have a very key role to play. But when you look at the job market, when you look at the current scenarios where everything has been commercialized and most of us are disparate because we want the money and we also want a better country, what advice would you give us that as we are struggling and looking at the sieve of changing our country, and we are also looking at the commercialization of the jobs and also the interest in the jobs, what best advice would you give us to strike a balance at country? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Sheila Amanio, a National Unity Platform member, and mine is a message of hope. There was a gentleman who said, what do we do? Where do we go from here? And I'm here to say that NUP is the solution. For those who dared to listen to our manifesto, the day we were nominated, we had a manifesto, our NUP manifesto being read out in local district, and one of our first priority issue is to restore constitutional order. NUP will restore presidential term limits and age limits as originally enshrined in the 1995 Constitution. NUP will reverse amendments that undermine constitutional safeguards and ensure constitutional amendments require broad public participation, parliamentary and civic social scrutiny. Basically, our focus is going to make sure we protect the Constitution of Uganda. So give us an opportunity as National Unity Platform, and we shall bring this country back to order. Thank you very much. Amanio Sheila, Woman Representative, Mukono District.
Thank you so very much for the opportunity. My name is Batesa Kasfa Matene, a student at Makerere University Business School in my final year. And I'm going to be so very brief. And before I forget, let me start with someone that has just given us hope by going to the National Unity Platform. My question is, what exactly are we going to do, and what change do you people have? Because these are the promises that most of the politicians have been giving to us. They want us to go to their parties, but it is the same story. Do you have anything? These are the same things you've been saying from the time we entrusted your MPs. What have they been doing in Parliament? You should have done examples. You should have given us examples by the MPs we sent to Parliament. That's when we should maybe have believed what your president has for us. But the fact that they are also doing the same as the previous ones, we cannot take that. I am part of the youth that need the hope. So that's why I'm reacting on that. And another thing, I am going to react about someone that talked about peace and sustainability in the country. And my question is, what do we consider as peace? Or where is the peace? People think that peace is all about them not having a war in the country. But that's not what all peace is all about. What is peace when I do not know what I'm going to do with my degree after the 3 years in university? What is peace when I do not know what I'm going to do with all the money that my parents have spent in me, and I will be on the streets looking for a job like I never went to school? We've seen so many youth on the streets struggling to make ends meet, and these people went to school. They did not just go to school, but they also performed very well. But they have nowhere else to go, and you come and peace to the country without providing a solution for them. Really? Is that what we want to call peace? Of course not. And another thing, let's have more of the sensitization about this constitution thing. If it is possible, let's translate it to all the languages possible so that everyone can get to know about their rights. Let's make sure everyone knows about their rights. Thank you so much.
Check. I'm going to come back in round two. I request that we go back to the panelists, and then I'm going to come back in round two, and which will all have an opportunity to speak. I would like panelists to respond to some of the questions that were raised today.
Am I heard? Question was raised by my friend Ken Richamzi, but I think, and he talked more about it, but I think he didn't elaborate the greater issue, which is normally summed up in the Buganda question. Many of our young generation are not caught up in this, but it still lingers on. The short history of it is that people like him and me were brought up by Uganda. This thanks to colonial policy of divide and rule. Buganda was separated from Uganda and given special treatment. So we grew up with those sentiments. For me, I never knew there was a Uganda until around maybe 1961, when there were discussions for independence and so on. Otherwise, everything that mattered came from a Buganda government, Kabaka's government. Is that not so? So, when we started collecting views, there was this talk about federal, which you should distinguish from federalism. Federal is the discussions and the emotions and the demands for the special treatment of Uganda, returning to the 1962 Constitution, which envisaged Uganda as almost a separate entity with a government and nominal institutions. Some of these institutions were very nominal, a high court, police, and so on. That's the constitution. It pleased Uganda because it maintained the colonial status of Uganda within Uganda. But things kept changing, and when we were collecting views, federal and federalism was being confused by either those people who did not, those who were demanding for federal and others who were demanding for federalism. Federalism is separate, it is a higher degree of devolution, a higher degree of decentralization, let's say, where powers are strictly separated between a government at the center and the local units. And me, I support devolution, which is nearest to federalism. And in the collection of views, I was telling my fellow Uganda that rather than demand federal, look at a system of federalism which cuts across Uganda, not a separate status for Buganda. Because then it will be welcome for the whole of Uganda, but if it looks like you want federal, which is a special status, it's not going to work in the new developments now that we are in Uganda. Whereas as I grew up in Uganda, not Uganda. But applies to most others because they also grew up in separate entities in Ankole, Choli, and so on and so on. So that's where we are. We can still rediscuss the issue of federalism, or at least a higher degree of devolution. Because of what I spoke this morning, that we have gone astray. We have recentralized. And during that discussion, we can have a honest talk, because some of these things we are hiding. When you want to talk openly, you fear that you'll be called secretarian, and you know, we are cowed. The people, when you listen, they are talking, but you see, there is a certain ethnic domination in this country, but they speak quietly. But that is going to cause fire, you know. So these are matters we need to have a separate, new conversation about, and say, we are now aspiring to be Uganda. We have so far failed to be a Uganda. Let's see how we can live together. You know, it is surprising when we overthrew Idi Amin here. There were a lot of expectations, and we speak some languages. We must detribalize the army because this had happened before. The army had been dominated by people in the north, Acholis and Langis. And that was terrible. Then Amin came up and slaughtered the Acholis and Langis, and packed the army with the people from Koboko and Sudan and so on. And we thought all this should go. Now we are quiet. We talk quietly and see is somewhere. So these are things we know to talk about, including the issue of federalism. My friend, it's welcome. It's welcome because you have strong, fewer local units, strong, empowered, and as an alternative check to central government. It's welcome. What is in doubt is federal. I hope I've made the difference between federal and federalism. Is special status. Yeah. Now I am happy that a young lady there has put up an argument. What is peace? When she qualifies and she has no job and so on and so on. That's very, 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 very serious, very important. Yes, as the media is saying, peace is not absence of war. The thing, or absence of sleep. The thing is, there is what we call human development, overall human development. Maybe what the young man said is he probably sees that as sustainability. But you cannot have peace without overall human development. So no one in this country discussing, the speaker there was casual. The parliament should discuss development and cross-check with the executive. Where are we going as far as human development is concerned? What are matters of population, of what we are going to do with the unemployment and so on. These are all contributories to what you call stability. And they are basic. The letter of the law, the Constitution, depends on these basics. And therefore, this is why you see that we have governments that lack legitimacy, because they have neglected. My children are hungry. My children are hungry. I have to buy this and that, to pay school fees. Yes, there's no mechanism for collecting these gifts back in terms of indebtedness and so on and so on. This is not development, you see. So I think this discussion can go on and on and on, but the other question about members of parliament we select, again, we lack sensitization. And this has been brought about because, again, of lack of human development. Now, what we have, because of unemployment and the power of incumbency, the urge to stay in power, the politics we have now is politics of investment from top to bottom. If you want, you have nothing else to do, you want to develop, go and invest in politics. And how are you going to recoup that money? You've had these primaries, people paying, in NRM, I'm told people were paying billions for, I don't know whether it's true, but for being nominated. Billions. Now, beyond that, you are going to pay the electorate a few other billions. So that's an investment. And how are you going to get that money back? Tell me. It's corruption. Anyway, let me stop here and give my colleagues the chance to respond.
Hey, is to judge what we are saying. Thank you very much, Professor. I'm glad you have answered Richams the man, because he was saying, I did not acknowledge 1962 Constitution, because 92 Constitution was not made by Ugandans. 62. It was made in Lancaster House there. I don't know where Lancaster was. Me, I was in P1 or P2 or whatever. All we did, they came with these flags and they took us at a sub-county chief and we drank soda for the first time. We were dancing and so that was not a constitution made by Ugandans. I'm not saying, I mean, if you are going to deliver Uganda and maybe, how do I give an example of a bearing a child? When I don't know. But if Uganda was born by other people who are not Ugandans, I don't know, is that a prodigal child or is a bastard? I don't know. But there are some of you men, you are bearing children who are not yours. That's why the DNA these days is doing something. So Uganda was birthed by people who were not what? Ugandans. They went there in Lancaster, they took some people, yes. They told them do this. They said yes. That's why that constitution actually could not last. We need to know the background, what was happening. By that time, Ugandans got their so-called independence. The Ugandans, the Musaze, the rest of them were really, they said enough is enough, which we lack right now. He said enough is enough, and those colonizers say, where we have reached, let us leave these people. And so the constitution which was made, surely when you look at it, because we studied it, it was not going to work even much because there were certain issues which are crucial, but they could not be settled. I was not there, but I think the colonialists were saying, let us leave these people go. And the Ugandans were saying, let us go, we shall sort out things when we reach home. I think that's what it was. When they came to sort out things when they reached home, things were never sorted out and problems went on. So I'm not unrecognizing it, but I'm saying the first constitution to be popularly made by Ugandans was that 1995. Because nobody can question it. You see, many of you people don't read. Do you know, Professor, the other day, certain press people, these press people disturb me because my biggest talent is my mouth, so they seek it out. Somebody, imagine, rang me and said, I want you to comment because we have seen that the secretary, Father Warigo, that Father Warigo went to seminarians, that the seminarians made the draft that was presented. I said, you fool, I didn't wait. I said, you fool, where do you come from? Because the professor, remember, we used to do retreat. And when we had come out with this document, we said, let's go to a retreat. I think is it Karangara somewhere, where you find a garden, and if there is a church or a seminar or what, I can't remember what. Does that mean when you take a retreat at Ruweza there, then you are in the church over preaching, you brought priests to do the work? So I said, shut up and leave me alone. So many of you, really, if you love Uganda and you are patriots, there is that Odochi report. I'm sure it is somewhere. The Odochi report, the Dutch Commission report, where we put everything because we reached everywhere. All professionals, everybody, they put their views. Do you know we took 4 years? 4 years. Some of us are sick. In that exercise, I had a disc degeneration, and up to now, and yet I was thrown out of service without even pension or anything. I'm just taking care of myself. But we suffered. We would sleep at 3 o'clock and wake up at 5, and we are already working in darkness and going through terrible roads. When I see people who just criticize, and were very distinguished, intelligent, and patriotic Ugandans who were making this constitution. And that's why we thought, for me, when I received that constitution, actually, I wanted to behave like the moment it was promulgated and I got it into my hand, I wanted to behave like this man called Simeon in the church. You know Simeon? When he went to church and saw Jesus Christ, and prayed, God, you can take me now that I've seen Jesus. But women are resilient. I remember there was that woman called Hannah. For her, when she saw Jesus, she went preaching about Jesus. So I said, I'm not going to be like Simeon. I will be like Hannah and go back to Parliament. Otherwise, I had thought, I've finished, I want to go back to Parliament. But then I remembered I've got to make laws that would translate into this constitution into action. So I went back to Parliament. But we really did a good job, and thank you, Professor, for explaining this federalism and federal. I wouldn't have explained it that way, but for me, what I know, the Baganda wanted federal. They were the only people who wanted federal, who wanted kingdom, the only ones. And we said, the only people who also mentioned something about federal, and then it brought it to our mind when we recommended the decentralization, were the people of Mbari. They said federal. We said federal, but you don't have But they wanted kingdom. No, federal. Then we said, why? They said, you know, we have our coffee here. And we have our coffee, we make it, and then the central government, that government takes it and we benefit nothing. So we want to manage our coffee and also get rich from our coffee. That's when we said, this will be decentralization. Decentralizing power from up there and giving power to the districts so that they can raise their resources, manage themselves, and that decentralization was eventually put in that constitution, except now there is total recentralization. I don't know what happened this parliament. Anyway, so we couldn't recommend federal because we looked, how could federalism means you are federating with other people. But now how could Uganda federate with the whole of Uganda? We couldn't. So that's how we said when he was explaining to them that, for me, we were saying, how can one state, is it a state, central state, federalize alone. These days I have new English. So that is on the issue of federal. Chamsi, that is on the issue of federal. By the way, if you don't know, your president, your presidential candidate, came to my home to look for me, so that we can work together. I don't know whether you sent him. I was surprised. Somebody called me, can I see your name? I said, I'm at home. Then I say, oh, delegation. I say, I'm done. But now there it is. So that is the issue of federal. And by the way, Richams, let me reveal this to you. Professor told you that for him what he knew was Uganda. When we went out there to get the people's views, I tell you, one big challenge was Uganda. Uganda wanted to be a nation of its own. They were not recognizing other nations. In fact, if Uganda was at the border, in ourselves, in our commission, we said if Uganda was at the border, we would have recommended secession. Yes, so that it can be an independent country and manage its own things. But because it was at the center of this country, we couldn't recommend that. And then the other question was the language. We had wanted to develop a national language. But even in that CA, how? We cannot bring Swahili. So we are here, we want unity, we can't speak together. And that was the main thing we said, but we need a national language. How could we be united as a nation when we cannot communicate with one another? We said, let us bring a national language. But do you know what Ugandans were saying around? They are saying, yes, in fact, we could bring Uganda as the national language and develop it as a national language. But those people are already proud they don't acknowledge that we exist. If we give them the opportunity to have their language, then we are finished. Me, I speak the truth. These are the things they would have wanted because they said it is central. We can manage, speak here and there, but they will stand on us and we shall suffer. So the language, and indeed when we reached in CA and we said national language, let's bring Swahili. It was mainly the Uganda people, no, we must bring a local language. And they knew theirs would be adopted easier than the rest. And then we lost out on the national language. Up to now, we don't have a national language. This is, I was about to use the other word. Now, I've finished all that. So, Chamsi, you better think about Uganda. It's high time Ugandans look at Uganda and know we are Ugandans. You don't know the people, the views they were bringing. When you say those people in the north, those are animals, those are Dokoro. Then you say these Banyang, those are what, Vararo. And then you go to Ankole, they say, those Baganda are thieves and they kunyomasi. All these things, they were coming. And we gathered and corrected and said, good, we are going to build a Uganda. And indeed, we put a constitution, by the way. Everybody in the world, they acknowledge that constitution as a wonderful constitution. I'm telling you, I wish it was implemented. Now let me answer the question that provoked me most. It was a lady, I don't know her name. You social lawyer? Yvonne. Yes, Yvonne, I don't know when you were born, and I don't know your age or environment in which you grew, but for us, when we are making this constitution, I'm telling you, it was about to, was it like 8 years of NRM, or it was 86, 89, about within 3 years. That's when we started gathering the views for this constitution. I want to tell you honestly that in Uganda, do you know what they call born again? When revival, like the revival of the Barokore in whatever when they came. Ugandans were like revival. They were like born again. They are speaking the truth. They are talking their mind. And they were giving us all these views, and they were intelligent, and there was no greed, and it was about Uganda, it was about all that kind of thing. That is the environment in which we made that constitution. And the environment can determine what you decide in that constitution. Like if you are to make a new one or now, I am sure the issues which would be considered right now as very, very prominent could be different. So, this mentality of judging the people who made the constitution, and in fact condemning them, and seeing things which are done wrongly by those who are implementing the constitution, and you judge the ones who made it and credit them or abuse or think they were sensible, they were not thinking wisely, they were that kind of thing. It is completely wrong. You need to read, you need to take care of the environment and see what we put there. And as you were talking, I wanted to ask you, what would you have put there yourself? Because even right now, the questions you are asking, you should ask yourselves. You are saying, tell us, so what can we do? What can you do? Go and find it out. I will the one tell you what you should do. That's nonsense. So now let me answer directly. And I'm answering a question which I had answered already. She said, I want to ask you, what was in your mind really? In other words, your mind was lost or you were nonsense or whatever. What was in your mind when you gave the whole of power? Let me even stand. What was in our mind? Professor here, just Todochi, Professor Tim, we were many. Even the army was there with us. We were 21. Just my tomb. There was no fish. There was no fisherwoman or fisherman. You know what I mean? Still a student. He was also my lecturer. But he fought and they fought. They were arrested them, imprisoned them. Those were the people who were now ready to make new Uganda settle. Now, I explained to you that when we were giving power to the president, not to Museveni, but the president of Uganda, we said, when anything is done wrong, who is blamed? Who is blamed? President. When it is done well, who is praised? President. So we said, so that means that president, and we had looked at the centralized power of Obote. Do you know he was also choosing chiefs for the other chiefs and all that kind of thing? We said, no, we must decentralize, we must reduce the powers of the president. So how do we reduce them? We said, now, this man or woman is the one responsible for the nation, is accountable, is final answer. Therefore, he has a right to look for people who can work with him, whom he knows so and so, this one, because of experience, because of whatever, they would get their qualification, they would do all that, and he chooses them. The word nomination, he had the power to nominate the judges, the chief justice, the cabinet, because those are the people who are going to lead this institution and work with him. But he did not have power to appoint them without the approval of the parliament. What's wrong? You didn't hear that. Without approval of parliament. Because we said for him he was elected as one. But Ugandans elected other people and gave them the power, as the Article 1 says. The power belongs to the people. They gave the president their power. They gave the members of parliament their power. And they said, go and work for us. And this is what we want you to do for us. Okay? And now the president refuses or abuses that provision. Because he's supposed to nominate. Actually, he didn't abuse. I don't know whether you call it abuse. He nominates. Do you know that even when he appointed this past deputy, when he appointed this last deputy chief justice, he was not supposed to do that. Didn't you listen to his lordship? He even declared that you are doing wrong. But the person continued and became the what? He was not supposed to appoint the deputy chief justice. They sent 2 names. He was supposed to choose one of the chief justice, and then they will submit those for deputy. But for him, he says, I choose boss, and they go. Now you say, Matembe, you gave that authority. He never gave that authority. He was abusing it. He nominates people to parliament. And the moment he bought parliament with 5 million, that was the beginning of taking over parliament. Now, if he took over parliament, should we be the one who should be blamed that what was in our mind? What was in our mind was very wise and sensible and 100% correct. And if it had been followed, all these things would not be what? Would not be a problem. You know, for instance, if you want to know, when we put movement, for instance, that it will continue for the first 5 years, people condemn us for that. But we traversed the whole of Uganda. Many Ugandans were saying, we continue with the movement. It is very good. For how long? Others said forever. Others said 100 years. Others said 50 years. Others said 20. Then some small minority said, no, we go multi-party. So here we were wise people. We said, so what do we do now? We looked at it. We said, people want the movement as for now. So for now, let's say the first 5 years, we continue with what? With this movement. But you never know what will happen in these 5 years. Therefore, we recommended a referendum that people would go again and choose whether they still want the movement or they don't want. And you know very well, even if there was no referendum, by the end of those 5 years, Ugandans were fed up because the movement had turned into almost a one-party state. And we had said in the Constitution we can't have a one-party state. By that time the multi-party, was allowed, it was almost a one-party state. It was being captured and that kind of thing. So you see, that one we were wise. If we had put, movement permanent, it would have been a problem. And now when it comes, for instance, to the qualifications, let me tell you, Ugandans those days were very wise. They loved Uganda. They wanted a change. They were determined. And they knew what a member of parliament meant. And that's why they said, let us have only graduates. They had said they wanted only graduates to be members of parliament. But we who were looking at the constitution, the principle of equality, the principle of unity, the principle, there were those principles. And we knew that in Uganda here, not everybody was a graduate. And we knew there were some areas where you don't even find a single graduate. And therefore, whom would they elect? We were reasoning. So we said, okay, these people wanted a graduate. Since they want a graduate, for us, let's put minimum qualifications. We said the minimum should be senior 6. And we thought, and we knew that time, or we believed, that since these people want a graduate, when a graduate comes with a non-graduate, then they will choose whom they want. And those where there is no graduate, they will choose at least the minimum of senior 6. We can't explain all these things to you. You only condemn. But we were doing the right job, and we are proud of it. We never regret. You go and abuse those who are thieves, who have become greedy, who have become nonsense, who are hopeless, the fishermen and the fisherwomen who are there. For instance, if I ask you one question, who is the Minister for Ethics and Integrity? Who knows her name? Up to now, when I'm passing, oh, minister. And yet about 5 or 6 ministers followed me. Where are they? So stop condemning us. Now I'm going to end with this. I'm going to end with this question of you saying, what do we do? Somebody said, what is a genuine Uganda? Hey, you are the same lady who said that, was this constitution which we made, was it really genuine, or it was because of colonial people who imposed on us? I want to tell you, go and read that report of Odoki and read the constitution itself, totally genuine, not influenced by any foreigner at all, and not influenced by Museveni, by the way, like you people say. Not influenced by Museveni. And I remember when we passed that constitution, the only challenge President Museveni had was the land. He said it at the promulgation. And I think he was to a certain extent right. Because for us, we said all land belongs to the people. So if the land belongs to the people, if the state wants to do certain things here and there, where will it get the land from? He raised it there, but for us, we are clapping. The land has come back to us because they had taken it. But now it is even going. Is it the constitution which is now giving away that land? Okay, it was genuine. Now, finally, the question, alternative means, what options do we have? What can we do? Stop asking us. We played our part. Our role is to tell you what is going on, and for you is to think and see what you can do. Have you heard? And these are guiding principles on what you can do. Stop fear. Be courageous and patriotic. Have you heard? You can't fear death. Can you fear what will happen to you? People ask me, Matembe, you don't fear. Fear who? President Museveni is a human being like me. All those military people are human beings like, you see that Sarah there? Isn't she still alive? When time comes for you to go, you will go. Because it is not us who determine when we go. Stop fearing. Be courageous. Stop. And number 2, stop corruption. ESCO values, moral degeneration. You just bow for anything. Stop that. Renew your mind. There is a need for attitudinal change. Renew your mind and change your attitudes. And stop blaming anybody, everybody. Blame yourself. In fact, for me, I say, we should stop blaming those people who are in power. For them, they are greedy, they are self-centered, they want power. Why are we giving it to them? Why? Do you see the rallies? You see all those grabbing from her. You are following like those things which follow nonsense. So corruption, stop it. Stop greed. Be honest and have integrity. look into yourself and say, surely, where are we going? Sir, you told us. But I wish I could read that statement because it was saying something glooming around here. It is there. And if you don't rise up and do something, it is about, there is potential for it to blow off. And therefore, me, I've given you answer. If you studied and finished, find what to do. But you are always on Google, on what, all these young people, no mannerism, no nothing. Please, style up. I finished.
I'm shaking her hand on your behalf. And I'm standing so that you too can stand. I think it's time to stretch. Stretch a little bit. Particularly so, Judge Kriegler. At our age, we should be stretching. Sit down, please. The question was put by a gentleman here. We didn't get his name. I don't know if he's here now. But the question was to the effect that, and I want Judge Kriegler to listen to this very carefully. What else can we do to defend the Constitution? We've tried everything. Strike, walk to work, beg, kneel, corrupt somebody. Doesn't seem to work. And I think many others, particularly so the younger ones, the students here, I got the impression that we are losing hope, that it's all lost. What else can we do? And Dr. Media was answering some of that. Stop fear, stop corruption. It was an American president, forget the name now, but who I think in the war time, 1940s, World War II, Roosevelt, Franklin, he told his countrymen and countrywomen that the only thing they had to fear, and bombs were falling everywhere and people were dying, Japanese were bombing Pearl Harbor and what have you. But he said the only thing to fear is fear itself. And I think you have proclaimed that, yes. If we begin to fear, it's done, it's finished. But the same thing could be said of corruption. It takes two to corrupt. In the primaries of last month or so, we all saw what was happening. People came with stacks of money, and people were lining up behind their candidates, and they gave out that money, with the cameras capturing all that. One was bribing, but the other was taking the bribe. Us, the electors. I've heard it said that it's so bad that when you go out there, you campaign and you tell the people, when they bribe you, take their money, but give me your vote. Now, what kind of principle is that? If I take his money, but vote for this one, am I not being corrupt already? Is that okay? It's already corruption. A cousin of mine was an agent for a candidate, and he asked me for a lift in my car. I said, where are you going? He said, oh, I'm going to candidate B. I said, you're going to do what? He said, oh, I go there, so if there's something, I'll also get. Then I said, but aren't you for candidate A? Agent of candidate A? He said, but these days you're agent of A and B and C. That's how you make a living. Is corruption inbred now? So are we to blame or only those who are the candidates? But let me say this. I've been many things in my life. To Judge Kriegler, my very short life of 80 years only. I became that in August. But what I have not been, and what I don't think I can be, is a magician. The question put to me directly was, what else can we do? I'm not a magician. I don't have solutions in my heart. But I think, like Dr. Matembo was saying, the solutions are within us. And it's not one solution. It's multi-layered, multi-purpose. It's many, many, many things that we can do. Let me just mention them by title, and then you know what I'm talking about. The Gen Zs in Kenya, what have they done? They've turned the politics of that country upside down. And I think 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago, I read that the Gen Zs of another country, is it Myanmar or Nepal, they changed. They effected a transition. And others are on the way. So you Gen Zs, that's a model that we can adapt or adopt or adapt. How about the Arab Spring? Iraq's, what was his name? The president of Iraq who was gotten rid of. Saddam Hussein. He was, you could never think of him leaving the place. Libya, and many other places. Tunisia, that's another model that we can consider. How about South Africa? Many of you were not there when some of us were already adults. And I was working for the IMF at the time. I couldn't come to South Africa because I had a Ugandan passport. I had to use the diplomatic passport from the IMF. That was in the thick of apartheid in South Africa. And at that time, nobody ever dreamed that that could change. I mean, it was so infused in the fiber of the society, of the community there, that no one would ever dream of changing it. Nelson Mandela, who tried to dream it, spent 25 years dreaming in jail, Robben Island. I wish you could go there to see what it looked like, Robben Island. But it changed. Rainbow nation, from wicked system of apartheid. How about theological solutions? There's the possibility of martyrdom. Uganda is known for that worldwide. We have more martyrs per capita than anybody else. You could add to that political matters. Or a better solution is the Messiah. We wait for a Messiah. Who is not coming soon. They will come one day, but not soon. I want to borrow from what Justice Kriegler said, the law or even the Constitution does not change people. It's people who change the law or the constitutions. It has to be in us to do that. There's no single solution that will fit all. We need many from all of us. Here in Uganda, we have tried everything, and I think that's why the question was, we've exhausted it. And that's true. We have tried coups. Idi Amin's coup, Tito Kello's coup, I don't know, Luero coup. They don't seem to work, do they? They're not the answer. We've tried insurrections and assassinations and so on. They don't seem to work. We've tried elections from 1961, 1962, 1980, and so on. They too are problematic. We've tried war. Konye's war, Luero war, Tanzania war. They don't seem to yield the solutions that we need. I think what it all means really is that we cannot go for one of any of those. There's got to be many, many, many things. But one thing we have not tried, we almost got there when I was chair of the Elders Forum and the Interreligious Council and so on. We brought the idea of dialogue, national dialogue. To avoid these volatile and violent solutions, why don't we as a nation come together at a round table and have a conversation on so many things? Lukiamuzi is federal, Sempe was federalism. Lukiamuzi, by the way, federal was here in 1962. But this country has not stood still. Will a solution of 63 years ago still be okay? Maybe we adapt it, we refine it, we panel beat it. It cannot come in its pure form of 1962. 63 years on, it cannot. So what is this non-violent, non-volatile kind of solution that we could try, among many others? National dialogue. We have gone through so much. The Buganda question, the Busoga question, the Karamoja question, the Bunyoro question. Name them. Even going to the bush, 1980, when we came out of there, have we ever really sat as a nation and said, what exactly were we fighting in 1980? And how do we put it right? We've never. New items have come onto the agenda. National resource and how we share it. There's gold here. Where I come from, I'm sitting on gold literally in Busia. We are going to overrun Johannesburg. We have so much gold, we don't know what to do with it. Maybe you have run out of yours. We have oil. We have rare minerals. Name them. What are we doing with them? What are we not doing with them? The harvest is plenty for dialogue. The harvesters are very few. Professor Sempe was telling me that he had forgotten about that question and he had one other answer to it. Have I answered them? So I become a professor as well. I want to thank the organizers, the hosts, for having brought all these younger people, and some of us were even younger than them. Old age is wisdom. Younger age is enthusiasm. And what brought the two together is wonderful for the conversation that we are now having.
Check, check, check. All right, so go to round 2 of the questions. All right, so we'll begin the other side and then we come this side. Yes, consider the people behind too.
Ladies and gentlemen, standing on the already established protocols, my name is Mpata Abdul Hamid, a third-year student of Mutesa the First Royal University, a youth leader. My question is just precise and direct for the interest of time. You know, the problem that we do have in Uganda currently is politics. That in each and everything, politics has eaten it up. Whether a resolution is bringing or pushing Uganda forward, we politicize it. It's the reason to why currently in the parliament, there is no reform that will be brought on table and all legislators agree upon it. Once one party brings this, another party will have to rebut it to show that for them they are steps ahead than the other. That's why currently there are a number of laws or a number of amendments that are brought on table, but when you really measure them, they are not in favor of the citizens, but however, they are in favor of one party. Now, my question would be, what role can constitutional courts, because we do have constitutional courts, but what role can constitutional courts play in protecting citizens' rights against unconstitutional actions? And it goes to His Eminence, the Honorable Justice James Ogolo. What role can constitutional courts play in protecting the rights of the citizens against unconstitutional actions? Because this is currently, when you look at the current affairs, it's predominantly everywhere. Then the last question goes, how do we balance the majority rule with protection of the minority rights in a democracy? How can we balance the majority rule in protection of the minority rights in democracy? Thank you very much, Center for Constitutional Governance, for this opportunity granted to the citizens to understand their constitution. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the panelists for everything that we've learned today. My name is Monica Emiru. I was invited here as the Uganda Law Reform Commission. I served at the commission, but I'm not currently serving there. So one of the things I would like to say, somebody talked about translation of the constitution into local languages. As far as I know, the Uganda Law Reform Commission has already translated the constitution into all the local languages, as well as Kiswahili. I think what needs to be done is to disseminate, because there's dissemination where the books are taken to relevant authorities, but those authorities don't have the money to take down that information to the lowest member in the community. So while we are saying power belongs to the people do not know what power they have in the Constitution. The other thing I would like to say, thank you very much, Justice Okola. You gave us 8 things that we are supposed to do to uphold the Constitution. And as you were speaking, I was wondering, which Constitution are we upholding? Because we also said the current Constitution has been raped, it has been desecrated, and all those different things. So even as we are trying to uphold, what are we upholding? Before I left the commission, and I think there's been a rumor going around that the Constitution is going to be revised again. Could it be that that is the opportunity, the official opportunity that we can now use to review the Constitution? And maybe as people in this room and as the citizens of Uganda, we determine what path that revision is going to take. Are we going to go back to the Odoki report and put back what has been removed from the Constitution back into the Constitution? Are we going to engage in other processes that will make our Constitution better, and then also determine when the Constitution can be revised, or whether it should not be revised at all? I think that there are constitutions that have been made, they have been standing for the last 200 years and they have not been revised. Why is it that we continue to revise ours? So that's probably an opportunity that we could use. I do not know how far the process has gone. The other process could be to begin to engage with the Ministry of Justice, to begin to engage with the Attorney General and see where this process is. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
MC, where are you? Where's the MC? Please.
Thank you very much. So, now when big people are talking, you give them their chance. Yeah, thank you very much. So my name is Henry Muguzi. I manage the team at the Alliance for Financial Monitoring, but I also coordinate the African Election Observers Network. Let me thank the Center for Constitutional Governance for organizing this important space where we gather and reflect on the journey we have moved thus far in terms of entrenching constitutionalism or killing it. His Lordship Kriegler spoke about the point that Justice Ogola also emphasized of constitutions not making people, but constitutions not changing people, but people changing constitutions. And I was reflecting also on the point where you touched on Chankwan's ideological college. And then I started reflecting on the matter of transformative individuals. So I started asking myself a question of transformative leadership. When you look around what we have as leaders, we seem to be running short of transformative leaders. The caliber of you three, if you compare it with what we are churning out today, you get to see that we are running short of such leaders, but also intellectuals. We are also running short of transformative intellectuals. We seem to be producing these intellectuals that are predatory in nature. No wonder we are holding the flag as one of the most corrupt countries in the world. Is it your sense that time has come, just as you speak about national dialogue, that we should start reflecting, having a national conversation on the making and unmaking of transformative leaders, transformative intellectuals, because a country cannot proceed like this. The colonizers, when they were here, if you reflect carefully, there were certain schools they had built that were meant to produce leaders. Today, that matter we have abandoned. If you go to the UK today, the people that sit and hold positions of leaders come from certain institutions. So we have to be deliberate as a country. We seem now to have left that to private schools. The direction is not there. We cannot build constitutionalism as a culture if we have left this responsibility. If there is no deliberate focus or direction we have decided as a country. My question to you, is this, do you think dialogue could be one of the paths we can take to fix this? Should we consider going back to the drawing board and think, where did we go wrong? When did we start unmaking this thing we call transformation? And if you have an institution such as Chankwan's, that every day every year we allocate funds to, is it the institution you can ask to point out what are the transformative leaders they have produced? Because from its formation, it was supposed to produce transformative leaders who do not know what it is doing. So who is going to hold it accountable, and what does this imply on the constitutional culture of the country? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I have asked the MC, and we've agreed a temporary arrangement that the issues that have been raised on the constitutional court, what role it can have in this, whether there could be a revision of the Constitution and so on and so forth, and now dialogue and so on. So I had quietly chatted with Justice Kriegler that we here are amateurs on this. He is a constitutional court person. He made it, he's been there, and he has agreed to say something about that. We could supplement later. But Justice Kriegler, please. And mark you, the one you have just raised, dialogue. South Africa had it. Before they got into the rainbow thing and the constitution and so on, they had reconciliation and so on, a big thing. Archbishop.
My colleague, I know when I've been railroaded into a job. Thank you. On the issue of a constitutional court, to our young questioner, a constitutional court is a tool that is used by people. It is not a spontaneous creator of solutions. It is an arbiter of solutions. What I'm trying to say is, if you want the Constitutional Court to resolve constitutional issues in society, it is your job to get the necessary legal advice, get the necessary social agenda, stimulus behind it, and take key constitutional cases to the Constitutional Court, have them properly, professionally argued, and see to it that the judgments are then disseminated among the public. The Constitutional Court, I repeat, is a tool. It is not an inventor or an initiator of solutions. It is a very, very important machine that you can kickstart, but you've got to kickstart it. It does not work on its own. While I've got the microphone, can I take the liberty to say just one or two further things? I must say, Madam, I'm going to say to President, mind asking Trump for armament to deal with the Russians. I would back you against them any day of the week. You're a frightening debater and a powerful force, and I'm delighted to have been able to hear you. It has been a privilege. The question was asked, what do we do? Now, I've come across that question time and again, particularly from young people in societies such as, not unlike yours, there is a sense of frustration and disempowerment. It is quite understandable that in Uganda today there is a lack of visible, inspiring leadership because you have been deprived of the opportunity to develop that. That's what free democracy does do. It gives the opportunity to the talented political leaders to practice their skills, hone their weapons, and become wise political leaders in due course. You have not had that opportunity. It's not because of any inherent fault in the society, it's the way it has been operating for the last couple of decades. This true answer to what you can do to resolve this. The judge gave it in brief. I can give it in slightly more detail. In South Africa, we faced during the 80s absolute calamity. The prospect of a race war of the bloodiness that was unimaginable was predicted by the overwhelming majority of political commentators and observers. We had, on the one hand, a liberation movement that was growing stronger and stronger, gaining more and more political and military support. And on the other hand, the South African government and the South African Defence Force that was by a long stretch the strongest of Africa and would certainly be militarily indefeasible. You could not hope to beat them. What we did took many years. People think that there was a solution. At the time of the elections in 1994, a miracle happened in South Africa, and apartheid died and democracy was born. It's much more subtle than that. From at least the mid-80s onwards, throughout South Africa, largely inspired by the religious community, there were discussions, conversations, dialogues among eventually specifically organized peace committees, committees at all levels throughout the country, and we actually developed in that country of confrontation a spirit of dialogue, of conversation, of discussion, of resolution of disputes by discussion. In the result, when they sat down at the negotiating table in 1992, 93, 94, the politicians had a groundswell of political support from all sides in favor of the transition that we had to go through. There was a great deal of material difference as to how we would do it and what we would get at the other end. But there was consensus generally throughout the land on one thing, and that was transcend we must. Transcend we must, and we must do it as one nation. When I led our electoral commission, it was relatively easy in this sense that although we were technically defective, we didn't have sufficient time to organize, we didn't have sufficient experience to organize, we didn't have sufficient staff to run the thing properly. But we knew that the people of South Africa would, on the 27th of April 1994, go through a rite of passage, united. We saw the whole electorate gather, and throughout the land, not one single life was lost in that election. This was a country where tens of thousands had been slaughtering in the run-up to it. Once we had decided, here is the gate, we've got to go through this gate, we've got to do it in an orderly fashion, we must queue up and we must go through, and you had madalas and grannies standing for hours in the polling stations because the organization was poor, but everybody said, we are going through with this. And it started through dialogue at all levels, youth, middle-aged, married, young married couples, parents of small children, at the nursery schools, at the primary schools, at the high schools, in the churches and in other religious gathering places. The idea was, how can we find solution to our problem? What is the future? I don't want to repeat a cliche that is only too much of a cliche, but it is really true. You get the government you deserve. And if you don't like the government that you have, it's your job to change it in concert with everybody else whom you can convince of the rightness of your cause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Justice Kriegler. There was one hanging from Law Reform Commission, whether there would be need to revise Constitution because safeguard the Constitution, uphold it, defend it. Which one? I agree, there will be time for that. But at the same time, I want to say this. Constitutions are not things we change like we change our wardrobe to suit the occasion. You yourself said there are countries which have had their constitutions for 200, 300, 400 years. There's even a better example. Moses on Mount Sinai was given a constitution, 10 commandments. And I always ask people, when were the 10 commandments last amended? So in amendment, it's a good thing, it's a living document and so on, but we should be wary of amending and amending and amending, because then you get into, at the best, experimentation. And the example of Uganda is this, the reality of Uganda is this. We started in 1962, thereabouts at independence, with a parliamentary system of government. Carbon copy of the English way of governing. We went very soon from that to the presidential system, 1966, 67, 4 years later. We went from that to a hybrid kind of system. We've experimented with a nominal presidency and then executive presidency. Nominal presidency was Kabaka Mutesa Sekabaka. Was president, had a prime minister who had more powers, who had the real powers, was prime minister. We experimented with that. 1995 Constitution is how many articles? 200 plus? How many articles are in the 95 Constitution? It's 200 plus, 230 something, almost 250. So it's more than the districts we now have. That's plenty. But there was a reason for it, to go to every detail to safeguard every hole, and it doesn't work. The Americans have a constitution of, I think, about 20 or so. But it's resilient. They've left it to interpretation and application by experts, the courts. And that's part of the answer to your question of what can a constitutional court do? Plenty. Can do plenty if it has the space and the authority to do what it should do and others to respect that court. If they don't respect it, they'll pass military court things and nobody obeys it. So, occasion to revise our constitution, yes. But again, let's be clear in the footnote that it's not what we write. This has been said over and over again. That will change anything. We can write the best. And I think 95 is the best anywhere. But it's being abused, it's not being respected. So what more can we rewrite it to do? What we probably need is this thing of the dialogue which worked in South Africa long before they ever wrote the Constitution. They met under dialogue, agreed privately. What seems to be a problem here is the school of thought that says that with the dialogue here in Uganda, we'll be pointing fingers to one in one direction. But our brand of dialogue, the one we have been propagating, is nothing of that kind. It's more of the South African one. Let us reconcile, let's talk, let's exhaust everything without pointing fingers, without taking anybody to court, without taking anybody to jail. It's more for national healing. Get it off the chest. Say it. Let Lukiamuzi say whatever he wants to say. And then if he has a majority, fine. If he doesn't, he will have gotten it off his chest. National healing can begin there. Now we can write something that presumably will be respected and obeyed and implemented by a majority of the people. I don't know if my colleagues wanted to.
I would like to add my support to what Justice Gola has said. From a viewpoint of my experience in constitutional review, I think constitutional review would be aiming at individual articles of the Constitution and also engaging in constitutional revision under the current polity would not be very profitable because discussions will be in accordance with the interests of the various political sectors in the country. And finally, also, we've been talking about amputation of the Constitution and mentioning just 2 or 3 areas of concern, term limits, age limits. But the Constitution has been amputated not only in the letter, it's been amputated in spirit. And that's more fundamental. And you are not going to rewrite this spirit on paper. That's why I support dialogue. And that's the first point I made. I said we need a national conversation. A national conversation does not dwell on a document, on the Constitution. It deals with all the concerns of the people. We all have different concerns. We have border riders, they have their concerns. As against them, I have my concerns against borders. I'm just giving that awkward example, but we all sit together and discuss how we are going to live, how we are going to develop. We are a young nation. We may be 63 years, but that's quite young. In this room, there are people who are older than us as a nation or as a country. So there is a lot that we can discuss for the future of the next generation, even the generation after this generation. But this generation can assist. They have the enthusiasm, as someone has said. Because although you have your problems, there are people in your generation who have even bigger problems. They are vulnerable. They are being exploited every day because they have known nothing better. They are not sensitized. And it is our duty, but mostly your duty, to sit with this young generation and see this is what Uganda needs. And so in this dialogue, you call them the Gen Z, have a role to play, they will be there. And everyone, I admire the South African experience. They said, we will sit together. People were objecting to gays sitting in that dialogue in South Africa. They said, no, they're also South Africans. So we don't leave out anyone in that dialogue. That way we can turn around the spirit that has amputated the Constitution more fundamentally than the mere letter that we have been mentioning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my seniors. You have explained these things, but I just want to add on. I think I should begin with this dialogue thing. For me, just like the South Africans, before they made their constitution under which they became independent, they had a dialogue. See? For me, I look at the Constitution of 1995 was a product of dialogue. We had that dialogue, agreed on everything, and then down the road, it was amputated. Now, we are told that the religious leaders in South Africa were like they inspired of that dialogue. Now, I want to tell you that in 2011, we have interreligious council in this country. And I was nominated as one of the election observers by the Archbishop of Uganda. And each group they nominated and went around the country and observed elections, 2011. And our focus was peaceful elections. And after seeing all that we saw that was really no good, we held a national conference and we discussed all these things. And we came out with that we wanted to constitute a body of elders. We called them elders. We said we are going to have, because when the executive was disagreeing with the legislature, I mean now who is to resolve? It was like we need something to resolve, somebody to resolve these things so that we can move together. And so we came out with the idea of elders, the elders in this land who would not be seeking anything from this government, who will have worked with integrity. I think Professor could have been one of those, And they were retired and they want Uganda to be good. And we all went and sat and got these distinguished people. We are told, you people in the Western region, you people in the Northern, and we looked for these people and we constituted the committee of distinguished elderly, leaders, who we thought when there are challenges, they would go and meet the president and they would say, no, this is this and this and this for our nation. Because we knew they would not be both, they would not be what, and we decided. And good enough, my senior here, he had just retired. And all of us at that conference unanimously agreed that he should chair that committee or body of elders. Hey, for you joke with my brother. He came, by the way, to close our meeting, and he bashed us, and and when he reached his office, in order to demobilize, is it demobilize or demobilize? Immediately, what do we hear? Announcing Justice Ogora as the chairperson of Judicial Service Commission. And so he took him away and gave him assignment. And that was the end of the beginning of our. And in that, what we had advised that committee to organize was a dialogue. We really wanted a national dialogue to begin again and discuss these things. And so he takes away our leader. And so the body goes in abeyance until Justice Ogora finishes his work as the chairperson of Judicial Service Commission. So when he comes back, he goes to revive this body so that we can begin our dialogue. Where did Godba go? I think he was part. I tell you, the dialogue and the type of dialogue we wanted was a very independent dialogue, not governed, not ruled by anybody. But people, they talk and we see and we come out with how we want to move forward. And me, I told you I don't go into diplomacy. Our president made sure that that dialogue will not take place. It won't. It can't. I'm telling you, this is the situation. You can propose, you can do what, but dialogue, they captured it. Simani took it at State House Entebbe. How do you go to dialogue with Ugandans in the State House Entebbe? How do you do that? I think God knows how it ended, and I don't know. But for me, I never knew what happened to that dialogue, but I knew it will not take place. And up to now, the issue of dialogue, you are joking. I don't want to make you hopeless, but I know that is the situation. Now, as the lady of Electoral Commission, no, the law reform, he was saying, how do we review? Of course, I agree with him. In the current environment, for me, I'm telling you, that's why I declare and say it is only God who will redeem us from the situation in which we are. Because in the physical, I don't see. Because you can't now review the Constitutional Commission. Why are you wasting time reviewing it? It won't make sense. He was saying, can we now sit with the Minister of Justice, you people? I know all of you got social media. I know you see these things. Did you hear what the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs declared? He declared he divided Uganda into two. These ones, the good ones, and the transformative evil ones, wicked, and that kind of thing. And then he said, let me tell you, as the Minister of Justice, transformation in this country cannot come out of elections. It is already done and sealed. in the rooms, upper rooms, that matter. No, that's why you say, so why are we involved in elections? And all our money is going forward. Because the strategy of how Uganda is going to transit from the current president to another, according to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, is already done and sealed in the upper rooms which matter. Why don't you get to know these things that they are like this? And it is again such things that we can say, so what do we do if you are pray? You go and fast and pray and cry for Uganda. And by the way, one thing I want to tell you, me, whether I tell you these things or not, I'm very hopeful. Why? You know me, I believe in God and I believe He can do everything. And I see Uganda getting 40 years around the corner. Like the children of Israel. When it came 40 years around the corner, they left the desert and crossed. Let us pray and declare, and you never know 40 years of this government, whether a miracle may not take place. For me, that's what I do. I think about, I pray every morning, every night. God, if you are really God. And you know our motto, for God and who? And my country. And we gave our country into God's hands. But do you mean it? You've got it and put it in witchcraft and corruption. Will He hear us? So again, I'm challenging you. If God is to come and help you, you must be godly. And so we cannot go, the Minister of Justice, we cannot go anywhere, I'm telling you. So things are tough. Now the other question was, how would minority be protected in a democratic governance? I mean, surely, because democracy is ruled by majority, but when you rule by majority, it doesn't mean that you oppress and exploit and torture the minority. No, you take authority and you serve everybody as a nation. But I want to make it clear here and say, for us, we don't have democracy in this country. Because opposition are called enemies. Isn't that so? When opposition are enemies, and we are always told that, look, you elected wrongly, you didn't give me the right people. So since you didn't give me the right people, you are not going to develop your areas remaining like that. You don't know how that thing kills me. Somebody not knowing that you are a president, once they elect you and you are a president, you are to serve everybody. In any case, even in areas where you get little votes, some people voted you. But we have the leader who says, okay, unless you give me the people whom I want, I'm not serving your area too. I mean, what sort of democracy? And if you are not, you are in a position, you are an enemy, therefore, you minority, you can't be protected. So you are in no man's land. Do you know when you are crossing from Kenya to Uganda, you cross no man's land. Here on this end, there are security guarding Uganda. The other end, there's security guarding Kenya. Now, in that space there, you are in no man's land, and therefore you've got to do what? To do anything possible to make sure that you are able to cross. But for you, I think over you lie down in that space. I don't know what happens, but that's what is going on. Therefore, that one I have answered you. You've got to brace yourself up and see how you protect yourself in the no man's land. Now, we are running short of transformative leaders. He asked and left. Transformative leaders and intellectuals. For me, I want to end my comment by saying, all of us know what leaders and what leadership means. You are driven into leadership by a vision. You have a vision. You have something you want to secure for the good of others, including yourself, because you are leading them to that vision. So you are driven by a vision for others. But in a country like Uganda here now, and it started with our main leader, when you drop the vision and you pick your personal ambition, that has nothing to do with leadership, especially the political, even other areas, I think. if you are driven into this position of leadership by your personal ambition, I mean, there is no way you can be a transformative leader, because what do you want to transform? A transformative leader is that who is driven by a vision which he sees for the good of the rest, and he mobilizes them and teach them about the vision. You know, that's why we talk of Jesus Christ. That man came with a vision, and he was so unwaveringly committed to this vision, and he chose just few people to teach them this vision, and he was so committed that he died 3 years of his work. By the way, he never reshuffled cabinet, he never abused them, he never did that. He knew their weaknesses, but he was guiding them, he was nurturing them, teaching them the vision, and he died 2,000 years ago and more. Up to now, me, I'm his follower in his vision. But when you drop the vision, and now you take up your personal ambition, and personal ambitions are never revealed or taught to others. So you run with it, every day you run with it, and things become so bad. And therefore, in this country, all leaders actually, and I say it with confidence, I mean, if you are saying, why do you pay billions of money to become sick? By the way, I was asking, what is sick? I mean, is it sick or neck? My eyes got opened. I said, there must be something unique in this sick. What does it mean to Ugandans that people can pay billions to be elected a member of SEC? What does that mean? We must open our eyes. Why should you be paying billions to be a member of SEC? What is it? What is it there for Ugandans if you are going to lead Ugandans? Therefore, for me, I open up these things and tell them to you to inspire you and see what can we do. And look at what was raising here. By the way, today I was on my radio. I listened to a certain country. Have you listened to it today? Where the Gen Zs have gone on the street, and these people, and these people came with their fire, with the Simanyi bullet or whatever, and the children have refused. They have still there. I'm not inspiring you to be wicked or what, but you must decide. I keep telling people that when President Museveni saw that Obote's government was no good and so on, he went to the bush and the Gen Zs followed. And in the end, they delivered. It is time for Gen Zs. Every generation has its purpose to serve. That's what the Bible says. That when King David had served his purpose in his own generation, he rested. For us, actually, we shouldn't be here. We should be resting. It is like the other one who went to call Samuel, who had died already, said, come out and tell me. No, we are resting. Raise up, please. You know the future is in your hands. So I think I can end there and say we don't have leaders. All we have as the ambitious people who are there to enrich themselves, to empower themselves for their own self-aggrandization. Our land is going. We are colonized. There is new colonialism here, which is taking over us. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Thank you very much. Me, I'm still up. I'm here. And I pray. My prayer has been, God, let me see this transformation when I'm still alive. So help pray for me and we see it. Thank you very much, Sarah. I thank you for your courage. I thank you for your commitment. I thank all those who help you to mobilize us here. And I bless you. And I want to pray that God will hear our prayers and come in and redeem us.
Can I speak? Thank you. I notice Mwambusandeves is my name, and I'm a historian. I'm not a lawyer, because I can see almost all the speakers for today, the main speakers, are lawyers, but I'm not. I want to begin by saying that the topic for today is safeguarding the Constitution. That's the main theme I think. And I want to submit that the issue of safeguarding the Constitution is not a legal and technical question. It is a political question. It is a political question. Even the making of the Constitution was a political question. I participated in the making of the Constitution, not as a CA delegate, but as a researcher. And I would want to submit here to a certain extent, contrary to Dr. Matembe, that everything was okay. I want to say that to a certain extent, some of us who participated in the formation of that Constitution, those who drafted, those who debated, those of us who are researchers, we overlooked one thing. We did not entrench the age limit and the term limit. It was an oversight. I think we should admit that one. And I want to follow up by saying that constitutions are also not safeguarded by the legal technicalities, but by the unwritten constitutions, i.e. the norms. The norms, the values, the ideals are the ones which actually safeguard the Constitution and motivate people to protect the Constitution. UK does not have a written Constitution as a document. It is scattered in their various laws. But the Constitution of UK started in the Glorious Revolution in 1660 or something like that. The historian here, my neighbor, can guide me. Since then, they don't have a written Constitution, but they have followed their Constitution because it is written in the norms, in their hearts. They translated from the head to the heart. It is one thing to know the Constitution. You can have somebody with a PhD or master's in law of human rights, but violating the human rights. It must be in the norms of the people, of the country, and that's how it will be safeguarded. So in that regard, I wanted to add on to the models that Judge Ogora was talking about. Recently, there was an attempt to violate a constitution in South Korea by the president. But people had the norms. One of the norms was courage. The parliament picked up the courage and refused his orders. The military was sent there to stop them. The military also, as a branch of the state, refused to disperse the parliament. And indeed, the president finally was impeached, and the judiciary followed him up. I think he's now locked up. So the three arms of government, or the three sectors of government, the parliament had courage. That's a norm. The army had a norm. They refused to do it. And the judiciary went ahead and did their work. So we need the unwritten constitutions of courage, of social justice, of equality. If we can internalize those ones, we shall safeguard the written constitution, the legal aspect of it. Therefore, in my conclusion, where I will not be like my friend Honorable Matembe to say that let's only wait. I would want to say that we should change from being subjects to citizens. The challenge in Uganda is that we are still subjects like we were during the colonial period. We need to transform from being to citizens. Take the bull by the horns, do we say? Make sure that we pick courage, we have social justice in our minds, we have other values, and collectively we serve the public good. I think that is one way in which we shall safeguard the Constitution. But I wanted to comment briefly on dialogue. Godbert Mushabe is here. There is a time you came to Makerere University and as the chairman of the panel. I was a moderator. I told you we are not going very far. Why? Dialogue works only when the head of state is weak. Is that it was at the weakest? In South Africa, the clerk was weak by the time they had the dialogue. In Benin, Kariako or somebody like that was weak. They had a dialogue, it worked. In Zaire, Congo, in the Zaire of Mobutu, they had a dialogue, but Mobutu was still strong. It was scattered. So there is a need for citizens to first wake up. These citizens are not subjects. Mobilize. We have a national consciousness in spite of the structural challenges we have, because we are not yet a nation state. We are still a geographic expression, because one group will say, we want this to be worked. Another group will say it is because of your tribe. Another group will say it is because of your region. But nevertheless, we shouldn't give up. We should struggle. We should be citizens and not subjects. I submit.
Thank you so much. I'm called Humaima Zaina from the Islamic University in Uganda, Mbale campus. I want to take this time to thank so much the panelists for opening up our minds and giving us hope of how the Constitution shall be. But the question still stands. Where does our hope lie? When you come to political parties have become business entities, where political parties are emerging like ticks, but coming up as business entities where people are just up for business. When you look again at citizens, they become subjects where they're being bought. Our question will now come, where is our hope lying to? Because also when we look at the people working at the government, those ones again have become puppets. They've become puppets to the people, to the leaders. Now where is our hope going to lie for sure? You want to run to the political parties? Business. You want to run to the government? Puppets. You want to run to the citizens? Subjects of being bought. So where does our hope lie? Even amidst us having the watchdogs, guardians of the Constitution, we still see that Ugandans are being stepped on. We still see that these articles are still being, like the recent case of Uganda versus Dr. Kizza Besigye, we see that even after the House of Lords giving a judgment, we again see that they're being questioned by the upper powers. Where is our hope lying to? Even amidst all those questions. And also, here comes a question to, in the absence of the Right Honorable, the Right Honorable Speaker, where he talks about Parliament is working hand in hand and it has done a lot of things. And the question comes, what measures is Parliament taking to ensure transparency and accountability in its operation, particularly in light of the recent controversies? We see that we have seen Parliament as a house or a den of thieves. Now, how are they going to convince Ugandans? How are they going to convince Ugandans that they're doing a lot? All of us know, we have seen it's an open thing, that it's a den of thieves. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We'll have the microphone here, and then we will take it back the other side. Ivan, just a minute. Marcus.
Thank you very much. My name is Marcus. All right, my name is Marcus Agenga from Kenya. I work for an organization called Eastern Horn of Africa Election Observation Network, where Dr. Sarah Bireta is the chairperson. So I'd like to make a few comments coming as a good neighbor of Uganda. And I'm also reflecting on some of the journeys that we have walked as a country. I begin by asking these questions to the panelists. Do you think that Uganda has reached what you would call a constitutional moment, given all these discussions we are having, to warrant whether there's a need for a national dialogue or amendments of that nature? But I want also to reflect from our journey in Kenya, and I'm happy that Justice Kriegler is here. Some of you would remember that after the 2007 in our country, Kenya, there was a big crisis. And when Justice Kriegler was coming to our country, he found a crisis. And there's a report, we call it in Kenya the Kriegler report, but the real name is the report of the Independent Review Commission, IREC report. So the Kriegler report of our country transformed our national crisis into what we called ourselves like a constitutional reawakening. And I'd like to share three components that I think would benefit the discussion we're having here. One of the things that the Kriegler report helped Kenya realize was to strengthen the call for comprehensive constitutional reforms. And of course, that came as a result of the realization as a people that we had gaps in our dispensation in terms of the law. And that gave birth to the 2010 Constitution, which is now being held as one of the big constitutions we have. But also it promoted institutional accountability, the institutions that were put in place to bring accountability to our country. Again, it documented the weaknesses that were there. So I'm reflecting on the discussion we're having here today, whether a moment like what Kriegler found in Kenya, whether Uganda has reached that moment, and whether that moment, whether you want to call it a moment or a crisis, would then occasion a sort of a dialogue, as it were, that I hear being said here, which would bring a number of reforms to the country. And I think for me, where I sit, and Dr. Miriam seems to be taking a different view, maybe a different view in terms of conception. I think crisis or moments like that call for very difficult and painful decisions. And I think Uganda as a country may need to walk that direction and ask ourselves whether the 1995 Constitution is ripe for substantive change like we did in our country, and whether the decision to make it will be taken by the new generation or the older generation, or through a process that brings both, as CCG has brought us here today. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's have one from the other side, and then we'll come the microphone this side. We'll bring it here. Charity.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cynthia Esther Apili from the Makerere University, pursuing a Bachelor's of Arts and Social Sciences. I just wanted to speak on a few things, not necessarily questions. The first is just on the idea of defining the young people's agenda. I think we've reached the era and the age where we are no longer supposed to be in spaces asking questions like, what should we do? Why is this happening? I don't think that any of us in this room, by the time we are making it here, are either dumb or unlearned. We cannot constantly position ourselves to ask the obvious, ask the things we experience, and worst of all, ask the people that shaped the systems that are being weaponized to patronize us. We are in universities, constantly leaving these spaces with answers to problems that we don't know how to define, not because we don't know the problems, but we are eagerly waiting for people to shape our agendas for us. It is on that same merit that these people will now have conversations to tell you as young people, instruct you and say you don't have a defined agenda. You don't know what you want. You need stewardship to defining the path that you want to take. We can't constantly sit here to listen to historical lectures. It is the reason as to why you have a library in your institution. You are charged library fees before you graduate. You interact with these things. It is about time that when you come to these spaces, it is not about listening to Dr. Miriam Matembe. She's retired and old and she needs to breathe and rest. Take up that space. Define what you've learned. Establish the solution, the problems that are there. But secondly, we need to stop acting like we have a lot to lose. We don't. And if, thank you very much.
I'm kindly requesting that we wrap this up. Let's
Okay,
make it so
just the
because we have
final remarks.
A lot of people who want to speak.
Just
So,
the final
yes,
30
in
seconds.
1 minute, please.
Yes, okay. We need to stop acting like we have a lot to lose. The Gen Zs that are taking up spaces are not doing so just because there's a benefit out of it. But if we shield ourselves, Those people that you see in front there, they didn't fear death. They knew it would come if they continued to sit back. Arise and define your purpose.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So by show of hands, let me just have an idea of how many people would like to say something.
I'm here.
Do you give me the assurance that you'll do it in 1 minute or less?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you so much. All protocol observed. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Angela Simwe, Chairperson, African Women Leaders Network, and my question to the panelists is in regards to what practical enforcement mechanisms we can adopt to safeguard our constitutionalism beyond just the mere judicial solutions that we're discussing, and also to reply and also appreciate Justice Ogola, where he said something to do with the Gen Zs of Kenya. I would like to appreciate that, but also emphasize that even the youth in Uganda have done that several times. I'll give an example of 4 people in this room. Karamaji, myself have been arrested before, Unstoppable, Aaron, all in the defense of the Constitution. So we've done it and we'll continue doing it. However, I would like to also appreciate CCG. And in this, I want to be informing the young leader that requested empowerment of the young generation or the Gen Z. And it's something that also, the answer was in what his lordship said. Civil society has played a pivotal role. And in regards to constitutionalism, you can't say constitutionalism in Uganda and you don't speak about Center for Constitutional Governance. Why I say this, personally, I'm one of the alumni, but in this room, even that table alone has over 6 alumni. You can raise your hand and show. And the other table. So Center for Constitutional Governance has deliberately and continuously supported young people. I'm one of the pioneers of their clubs in universities, but they didn't only support me when I was in universities. They follow our journey. As I said, I'm chairperson African Women Leaders Network. Those young people you see there, one has worked in the Australian embassy, another one has gone to Geneva. So we are many, and it has done it deliberately, even in tertiary institutions. But they don't even just stop at that. They still promote constitutionalism in ways that they create space for young people. Because we've been talking about the question of employment. They have empowered us enough to found our own organizations. I'm a CEO right now of 2 organizations, but then also as Center for Constitutional Governance, it has supported young people in a way that it also creates platforms. It has Civic Space TV. I would like to appreciate Dr. Abirete. Thank you so much. Even when I was not a staff anymore, you gave me the opportunity as an alumni and a pioneer of your clubs to contribute and support in regards to the registration and the coordination of civic space. But we didn't just stop there. You've created space for young people in promotion of constitutionalism. We don't take it for granted. We'd like to appreciate you. We'd like to appreciate Center for Constitutional Governance that despite the shrinking civic space in Uganda, where they have frozen accounts, where they have come for you, Sarah, at your home, and I was there, you've not really stepped down. Thank you for the leadership, and we commit as young people that you've supported, because in Uganda, you've supported many of us, and we don't take it for granted. We commit to continuously promote constitutionalism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have the microphone over there in 1 minute, please, or even 45 seconds if possible. Let's just make it brief.
I'm not going to greet because I have 1 minute. So I'll just go straight to the point, and this is to the youth, whatever I'm going to say. The first thing is, I don't think we have the 3 arms of government existing. I think we just have one man who is all of those things. It means if you're a youth, like she said, and like Dr. Miria said, it's things of asking questions. You introduce yourself as someone who has civic education, but you're asking Justice Ogola, what should we do? I think you already know what you're supposed to do. I am very sure one day we're going to get to the position of the youth that are in Nepal, and we're going to have that change as the youth. So these things of, if you're given a microphone in these spaces and you're asking questions of what you should do, I really doubt why you should be here in the first place, because I think you already know what to do. You have the power in yourself because you have the civic education. So why are you asking those questions? get to work and do what you have to do to make sure that change that you intend to get actually comes through. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's just have one other here and then we'll move it to this table.
Thank you very much, Judith. Yes, I always stick to 1 minute. If you have followed me, I am a 30-second, 40-second person. Charity Kalebo Ahimsibwe is my name. I'm the Executive Director at the Electoral Laws and Governance Institute, but I would like to first thank the panelists who were before us. Professor Sempebwa, you did an excellent job. Dr. Miriam Matembe, you never disappoint me. And of course, Justice Ogola. And our discussion has centered around the question of separation of powers, the Constitution, the 63 years Uganda has celebrated since independence, but we continue to move in one round circle of issues. No employment, poverty, leaders who don't want to be accountable, we can't dialogue, we hate each other. There are undercurrents that will lead us somewhere. Now, it has been rightly observed that for us as a people to be able to pressurize government to get to dialogue, we need to have awakening. And so civic education, which has come as a clarion call from the judiciary from 2001, every election petition that has gone through court came with one leading call, civic education. And Sarah has done it well. We are here doing civic education. We're going to be on TikTok this evening. There will be many clips from here, courtesy of Sarah. I think we all now just need to move that direction so that we get people to push back on their own. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am under pressure to have this corner represented, and let me have my lady here in blue. And then, yes, the gentleman. Yes, absolutely, you. I'm coming for you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. My name is Robina Namusisi, and I have done so many things in the last 35 years, and very proud of the time I served as a research assistant during the making of the 1995 Constitution. So I'm very happy to be here, and thank you, CCG, for giving me the opportunity to be here. I want to build on to Justice Ogola's audit, the audit of we the people. And I think we should really take that seriously in order to understand what our role as we reflect on the next steps, on what we need to be doing. We need to go deeper. And I think we should do this reflection with clean hands. And I would like to suggest very simple, or maybe you want to call it simplistic, but simple methods, where we start with looking inward, to understand what our role is going to be. For example, we do a SWOT analysis. What are strengths and weaknesses as the people who are calling for, an end to the abuse of the Constitution? Because you look around and you ask yourself, what business does a political party or a political party member, leader, with a party that doesn't have a constitution, or or internally they have no, governance. They're not following the constitution around the governance issues. Or even us in civil society, we are talking about implementation of the Bill of Rights, and we are not allowing voices within our organization, or the media, and ethicless media participating in this reflection session. So let's first think about those issues, reflect on that, so we can go into the next steps with clean hands. Thank you very much.
Finally, I'm called Vincent Bitature.
retired public servant, and an activist. My Lord Justice Johann Kriegler, my Lord Justice James Ogora, my sister Honorable M.M., my senior counsel, Professor Simpewe, and my sister, Dr. Birete. Don't force me to.
Are you using your mic, please?
Okay. I thank whoever organized this workshop or seminar. I think it is enlightening. However, I wish to note that there is a lot of energy in this room, and that energy needs to cool down a bit, especially my brothers and sisters and my children, the Gen Zs. Thank you very much. But I want to ask 5 fundamental questions. 4, I think. 5. A minute. Question 1 to all of us. Is there a nation or a country called Uganda? 1. 2. Does a nation need a written constitution to thrive? 3. Assume those are positive. Is there a will in the country Uganda to nurture the national spirit, to grow the nation Uganda? 4. Honorable M.M. Chapter 9 of the Odochi Constitutional Report mooted the idea of a national council of state. But you are among those people who really kicked out this proposal. And I am happy you are put on the Elders Council, which has been kicked. So that meant you didn't do your work. Unfortunately, if I was to go ahead, you carried a lot of conflict of interest in the whole constitutional making. 5, and last. Why are we elders trying to incite the Gen Zs into violence? My elder brother, or uncle for that matter, Lord Justice Ogora, would you put your grandchildren on the front line of violence in the name of changing a system? That is all I have. Answer those questions and I will be happy.
Thank you very much, my good friend here.
Thank you very much. My name is Narada Smaya. I have a few to put a point.
1 minute, please. 1 minute. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of us sticking to the time limits and don't ask us too many questions. Don't repeat what somebody else has already said. And also, the protocol has already been established. Just tell us your name, where you're from, and go straight to the question. For now, I'm limiting to 1 question. You're not going to ask more than that because we're really running out of time. So please.
Yes, Narada Smaya is my name, from Clark International University. My question is, how and what are we expecting as better representation, we as the youth, when the people that we are choosing to represent us are going to the podium of representation through a voting process that we have lost confidence in? And the other thing is, I would like to challenge each one of us to kindly teach our young generation how to love their country, how to love the nation, because it all goes back to how we love our country. If we really had much love, if we were taught how to be Ugandans who are enthusiasts, we would have changed this. The corruption would have been less and would have been in a better state by now, would have been answering better questions than this. Thank you very much.
You.
Thank you very much. My name is Diana Chirabo, a student of the law and a passionate advocate of constitutionalism and civic engagement. Your Lordship and distinguished panelists, we have listened carefully to your reflections and we cannot thank you enough. The truth of the matter is most of the people in this room were not yet here in 1995, or even if we were, we could not pronounce our family names. Yet we rely on your observations as per the Constitution's trajectory. As we are here, my perspective is that we should stop the blame game of who did what went wrong, when it did go wrong, who is inciting who, because at the end of the day, we are all Ugandans, and I think there is a reason we are all here. CCG, thank you very much for involving young people. Otherwise, I don't know where we would be voicing our thoughts here. So Esther, thank you very much. You said we cry a lot, the youths. We are asking, what do we do all the time and all the time? But what do you do as a child if your mother comes home and says, we don't have food, daddy didn't bring food? The only question is, what do we do? So the people that did the Constitution, the elders that were here that are older than even the country, are always crying to us, to everyone, to the media. So all of us are left hopeless. So my humble request is that the earlier, the older generation stops crying, the quicker the younger generation will pick up. Instead of us having forums where we cry, let's now start planning on the way forward. What is the practical steps, the structural measurements that we can follow now to take our country forward? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ivan, and then Charles, then I'll go to...
Thank you. My name is Ivan Okuda. I'm a lawyer. You know, a few years ago, when we were in power, we told you that the problems of Uganda were three: ignorance, poverty, and disease. That was the gospel according to President Milton Obote and the UPC government when they were in power. And tonight, I wish to submit that unless and until those three bottlenecks are resolved, constitutionalism, rule of law, democracy, and the ideals therein will remain discussions in conference rooms like this. What's the basis of that conclusion? Two. One, a few centuries ago, a wise man called Karl Marx, alongside another man called Friedrich Engels, came up with what I was taught at law school by Professor John Jane Barrier called dialectical materialism, the interconnected of things, the material conditions of society and how ideas evolve. That the material conditions are the primary force that shape society and ideas. Ndugu Mwambusi and Devesa spoke about South Korea and the norms. South Korea's gross national income, $36,000. They have a population, a critical mass that can guarantee those norms. Uganda, $987. Goes back to poverty, ignorance, and disease that Milton Obote told you when we were in power. And second basis of my conclusion, another man called Howard Handelman, and you can Google this, wrote a book called The Challenge of Third World Development. You can find it online. He studied 153 countries that are categorized as third world. And the evidence shows the connection between the economic conditions of society and ideals such as democracy, constitutionalism, and that kind of thing. In other words, if we do not tackle the economic conditions, the material conditions of we, the African people, we shall remain in these illusions. Because when I go to Karamoja, people do not have water. I go to Teso, Lango, Acholi, West Nile, cross to Bukedi, Bugisu. People are dealing with basic needs of life. The middle class, which is most of the people here, are one medical bill away from poverty. Just one medical bill. One medical emergency away, because you don't have universal health care insurance, and therefore everyone is on their own. That society can never guarantee constitutionalism. That's why in 2006, Godbar's friend and neighbor in Tungamo, when he wanted to amend the constitution to remove term limits, it was as cheap as 5 million shillings. 5. Because your members of parliament are one medical bill away from poverty and cannot be the guarantors of democratic practice. So, go back to ignorance, poverty, and disease. And let's work towards achieving a society that has better living conditions. You can't have a society that lives in conditions where pre-industrial Europe was centuries ago, in the 21st century, and trust that that society can give you constitutionalism. So let's leave these conference rooms, join Mr. Tumshave, let's grow coffee, let's empower Ugandans economically, for without economic empowerment, forget all these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have you, Charles. Just keep it brief.
Thank you very much. My name is Charles Mwangusha Mpagi. I'm a lawyer, I'm a journalist, and I'm a teacher. I spent more than 20 years in newsrooms, interviewed all the people who mattered in this country, in civil society, in government, my Lord Justice, Professor Miria, and others, and moderated discussions like this. I need to speak from a very practical perspective. 5 years ago, I was seated in my office, a nice office, the good view in Kampala, and I reflected on that election that was coming. And I was able to scan through and know some of the candidates who had chances of coming through as elected members of parliament. One particular individual, I'll not say, I saw him, I knew he was going to win the election, and I said, at least this person and people like him should not be making laws under which I am going to be governed. And I decided to jump in, went to my rural constituency, where I come from, and decided to run as a member of parliament. I did whatever I could. I was an independent because that's what I believe. And I came number 2. I know why I lost. I have a very good idea. Recently, I said I was going to try again. For me, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter what political party someone stands in. Discussions like the ones we are having and the people we have in this room, Charity, TikTok doesn't speak to the people who actually matter in these elections. TikTok is talking to a small section of people. The people in the countryside have katoch phones, mapesa. They are not on TikTok. He's talking about poverty. The price of a vote in this country is 2,000 shillings, 1,000 shillings, a coin of 500 shillings. It makes the difference. We can discuss as much as we want to discuss here until the people in this conference room move and join the people who are going to try and influence the result of an election. We will discuss. Until then, that's when we'll discuss. Otherwise, everybody here has capacity to influence 10 people in their village. We'll spend time discussing here. I'll run a basket around here. I'll be lucky to raise 1 million shillings of people who want to support me to go and run in Russia. I'll be lucky to find people who are saying, hey, right now you're able to scan the entire country, constituency by constituency, to know who are the people running in those elections. And we can sit here, I've discussed it with Godba, and we can say, in this country, no matter the political party somebody is affiliated to, we want so-and-so in parliament, we want so-and-so in parliament, we think so-and-so will be good for our parliament, will be good for our LC5, will be good for our councillors. And we can work to get those people in the positions that we want. The other discussions about how the system runs, this system that everybody's crying about can be corrected if we have the right people in the right places. We can get those people in the right places. But we need, sorry, I'm just concluding. But we need to get people to get out of here and say, this election will not pass us as commentators. We will be participants in it. We will go to the field, gather 10 friends and say we're going to spend time in the village, mobilize and talk to the people, because all of us are villagers. All of us here. Christmas will be trooping back to our villages. And our connection is not broken, but we are detached because we don't understand how politics work. There are people who want to go to parliament. They're moving around. 20, 30 people in this town, in this city, will determine an election and determine how many people they want in that parliament. And they will give each one of those people 200 million, 300 million, 500 million. They will gather, collect the money, send a person, and send him to parliament. And we think that will change how we run this country? I don't think so. Julius, don't give him 1 million shillings. Don't. Find 10 people. Collect 100,000 from each one of them, which is in this room. 100,000. Make 1 million shillings. Send it to him. Run another round. Send it to another person. Run another round. Send it to another person. And we will get the people we want in positions of responsibility. Thank you very much.
Let's hear it from Leandro, and then we'll come back to you guys. We'll move back the other side.
I hope the mama is not about my picking the mic. My name is Leandro Komakech. I drove from Gulu this morning to be physically here. The same thing that my friend is raising is what we are facing in the countryside. I must say one thing, that the thesis of this public square, I call this a public square. I liken it to the Athenian democracy, where direct democracy was about discussing the issues of Athens directly. And that is what has been going on here. I've been very carefully listening. And I came to a tentative conclusion that the whole of our submission here is premised on how we balance power, justice, and the people's will. That is my conclusion. But then when you see from the CA, I remember we were called from all parts of the country to celebrate the 1995 Constitution with champagnes and everything. As young people, we could see the president made one statement, I still remember, that the biggest problem of the new Constitution was land. I still remember that the problem of the new Constitution is land. But now I'm seeing that the challenges from then up to now is beyond land. It's about how we are governed. I've seen for all this period, I was in that 10th parliament representing Gulu municipality. We spoke our hearts out. I remember when I reflect on my speech in that parliament, I remember the late Jacob telling me, what is it that you speak without stopping? Because we are reflecting what the CA debated, the Bill of Rights, and many things. Now, it was raised by one of you that how did we remove all these other provisions that were supposed to reflect our history, because our history was based on those things that were removed. Aware of our constitution, aware of our history, is the same thing that we saw being removed in Parliament. So it comes out, what do we do? I think the issue here is, and I had to write it down because if I'm taken off guard, I cannot defend myself in the courts of law. There is need to reclaim our spirit of popular sovereignty. The Gen Zs were being told. Our popular sovereignty has disappeared. What happened? Why is it that, is there a way, in case we get back to where we expect to be, to have a situation of safeguarding our constitution through referendum? Because I've seen the members of parliament that my friend is talking about, they are so basic. They are just on grocery. They'll remove it again. Why can't we have, for any amendment in future in this country, it must go through a referendum? All. Then we shall safeguard it. And then, is there need through this public square to build a cross-generational dialogue between the elders with wisdom who wrote the 1995 Constitution and the youth who must defend this Constitution? Because walking out of here, there must be a plan of action, especially on issues of reawakening our popular sovereignty. That is how we are having a problem. Now, election is coming. Those who should never qualify to even think about standing are the people we would want to send to that parliament. Now, that is our crisis. I call it a polycrisis of this generation. We have people there, they are all ready to go, but not to deliver, but to extract from the state. To extract from the state. So how are we prepared to safeguard this? So that when we gather here, we gather to celebrate solving a polycrisis. And this is the assignment we leave to everybody here. No one should ask any question. We all went to school, at least here everybody is above UPE. What should I do to make sure we have the best legislators in the next parliament is what we should be looking at. Then many of these issues will just disappear. And then lastly, I just say one thing, that our constitutional correction in Uganda requires a moral and civic awakening, not just legal reforms. The Constitution is only as strong as the people who defend it. That's where we are, and that is what we should do. Thank you so much.
It's 2:25, and we also have to really understand the pressure under which our speakers are operating. We need to also give them time to respond to all these issues that you've raised. So I do apologize that I will not be able to be picking up any more questions, because after this we need to take a break and go for lunch. So over to you.
Thank you very much. Fortunately, most of what has been said are comments, which are very welcome. They're not specific questions to respond to, but the discussions is very positive, and that shows you the necessity for a dialogue, because even here we are engaged in a dialogue, and I know the outcome will be in the form of some I hope some resolutions and so on. But I also would like to say that although the panel here consists of what you might call dinosaurs, we didn't come here to cry. When we talk about the past, it's because we know very well that if you don't know your past, then you cannot move smoothly in the future. That is you need to know your history so that you move forward. And that is not crying, but if it is crying, then it is positive crying. I will not say we are lamenting and we have given up hope. At our age, we wouldn't even be here. We would say, that is for the young people. For us, we are waiting we already have one leg in the grave, as the Nigerians would say. So we need not go into these sort of things. But it's very positive that we are all here together, young and old. This is our country. And what has been said, whether it's from the youth or the elders, is very positive. Let's be clear about that. And that leads me to the only question, whether Uganda has reached the moment for what we have been talking about that we discuss. If it wasn't necessary to talk about our conditions, why are we here? We would simply say everyone does what he thinks is good to redeem this country, to move it forward. Now, comparing Kenya to Uganda might not be very apt. I hope you are listening. We might be comparing uncomparables. Kenya's context was sparked by an election that was disputed. But the violence is not explicable on that basis alone. Kenya had been boiling for a long time. There were issues of land, negative ethnicity. If you read the Kriegler report, that concentrated on elections. But there was the Wachi report also. I hope you have heard about it, on the election violence. As I said, I had to read both because I was on the committee of experts for the Constitution of Kenya. And Kenya, even the evolution of the Constitution of Kenya was not initiated by the government. It was initiated by civil society, including the religious organizations and so on. So to that extent, it was clearly people-driven up to a level when the government saw that they could not fight this wave of constitutional making, that they came up and appointed the Guy Commission, which combined the People's Initiative and the Guy Commission members. So Kenya had been boiling for a long time. It's not about the violence of 2007. And the people themselves took up the initiative. Civil society, the lawyers, the what, and so on, that had been fighting for a long time against the Moi government. I hope you know this. I'm not a Kenyan, but I know this very well. So the moment we are talking about here is a moment of 1995 to date. And it's not only amendment of, as I said, of removing the term limits and so on. It's a moment of how we have developed over these years. Human development, as I repeat, and not necessarily a constitutional issue. That's why we're saying we can talk. It doesn't have to start as a national. It can start as Sarah Birete's dialogue here, or Ogola's or mine, as it started in Kenya, because the civil society was operating on different levels. And therefore, no one is asking anyone to go on the front line. If you are thinking of front line of facing guns, the political front line is different. But as I know our fears here that if you stand up to oppose this, and so there is a possibility that you'll be, if not shot, you'll be lucky to escape with a few, what do you call it, chibokos and so on. Do they use chibokos now, or they use the butts of the gun and so on? So no one is asking our youth to go and face bullets, not at all. But it's different for civil society and others to organize, to keep on this dialogue that we are handling today. So that's why I said, let's not compare uncomparables. And I would say, if we hear about the youth in other, like media has said, there was a Gen Z somewhere overthrowing the government or something. There must be other factors there that are not comparable to ours. So we have to be careful. Otherwise, I would like to end by thanking you very much, the organizers. Thank you very much, our keynote speaker, for coming to enlighten us. And thank you very, very much, all the participants, for your contributions. Thank you.
Yeah, I talk fast. We have talked too much. But I begin by thanking, maybe. We thank you, Sarah, and your team for this dialogue. Because talking is very important. It is educative. You even pour out your passion. If you are going to die alone, you share your mind with others. So it is very important. It is very important. And somebody was saying that we organize the conversation between the Gen Zs and the seniors. This is what is happening right now. And so we thank Sarah for doing it. And by the way, she's been doing it on that civic space where Amora is there with these young people, permanently there. So thank you very much. And all of you who have talked, thank you for talking, because we are here to provoke a dialogue, a debate, and I believe that Sarah will come out with the future, you know, what will come out of here, what next, because we have offered what we think could come out, so you will go and write it down. I want to respond to some of the questions raised by that retired civil servant. I didn't get the name. Retired civil servant, please listen to me. First of all, you should stop threatening us that we are inviting Gen Zs into violence. We have not done that at all. Therefore, stop threatening us. Secondly, stop challenging the viper. Do they call it vibe? the vibe of the young people. Some people had such vibe that they ran into the bush, but for us, we are running there. And therefore, that energy is very necessary so that they can devise means of peacefully seeing how to shape Uganda for their own selves, while some of us are going. When will they enjoy their lives? When will they, that kind of thing? So stop, please, misunderstanding us and take own views. Now, is a nation called Uganda? That is his question. Certainly there is a nation called Uganda, that's why we are here. Especially in terms of geographical, location and where we belong. But in terms of national unity, spiritual, knowing, yes, I'm a Ugandan. There are very people who say, yes, I'm an American, I'm what, and they feel strong to be an American and that kind of thing. I don't think we have reached such kind of the Uganda we want, where you go out and feel you are proud you are Ugandan. Let me tell you, at one time during Amin's time, when you crossed from Uganda here and you go outside, and they say, where do you come from? It was very shameful and embarrassing to say you are from Uganda. You get it? Now, when Museveni 1 came, that is the national resistance movement, that one which we all embraced and and made our constitution. Whenever you'd go out and they say, where do you come from? You'd proudly say, yes, I'm coming from Uganda. But now some of us, when Uganda is highest on corruption and all those kind of things, when you cross there, you're wondering whether you can proudly say, I'm a Ugandan. So I have answered your question. Is there a country called Uganda? Geographically and some extent, somehow, somewhere, but then spiritually and emotionally and passionately, we are still lacking. And that's what we want to achieve. Number 2, does it need written constitution? I don't know what that question is all about. Does it need it? Didn't that professor, are you a professor? The researcher, stand up, Wama. You are still there. Hey, the researcher answered that question long ago. The spiritual, what? Based on values and the ethical systems and that kind of thing. So don't ask me that other question. Keep it to yourself. Now, it says, is there a will to nurture spiritual, national spirit to grow Uganda? Is there a will? You are using the word nurture. Nurture means there are people who are nurturing that what you want to nurture. For instance, when you produce children and you have babies and you are growing them, you grow them, you nurture them into what you want them to be. They don't nurture themselves and they don't grow themselves. That's why all of you here speaking, even the one who was talking about poverty, ignorance, and all that, all those are connected with the issue of governance. I have already said that if there is a political will on the part of the government to nurture and grow Uganda, we would grow it. But that is not there. And you are not going to make people rich and educated and that kind of thing. You and God back and go and plant coffee. But how many people have even seeds to plant? How many people have money to plant that coffee? It all depends on governance and how the resources in this country are collected through taxes and so on, and how they are utilized to grow those things you want to grow. Fight poverty, to educate people, and to make them healthy. Central to everything is governance. Don't take us away from that. It is the governance. You secure the good governance and you'll see. And I talk from experience. I know when the Museveni 1 came here, the nationalization movement from 1986, even let's go even to the constitution.
Surely this country was under ditch. But because we are all united and knew where we wanted to take Uganda, we picked it from the ditch and put it at least on the ground, where we were starting to nurture it and build it. But eventually, because you know, even when Minister for Ethics and Integrity was cheered at building ethics and integrity in public office, rebuilding our moral values, and and fighting corruption. And you remember very well when I faced our president and said, sir, when he raised the issue of removing term limit. And I said, I'm your Minister for Ethics and Integrity. And I want to tell you that it's corruption and UNESCO to want to manipulate our constitution and change it from what people wanted it to be. Down the road, he said, get out of here. I got out of there, but I'm still here. I mean, you need to be truthful in these matters. You think if all of us said, no way, we are not taking this, wouldn't we have gone on our path, the right one? That's why we challenge you here. Therefore, my dear, no political will to build a Uganda. If you are driven by a vision, you have that will and you'll grow that Uganda together with Ugandans. But if you are driven by personal ambition and eventually take it into the whole of family, a family ambition, then you can't. I mean, we are not here to cry, you young lady. You said that our cry is stopping us from moving forward, but we came here. Why didn't you move forward? Have we been crying to you? Stop judging us. Appreciate us for what we did. Now, yes, he talked of chapter 9 and ended by saying that we failed. We who did the constitution. Why did we fail? I mean the draft constitution. Professor is here. We proposed like Ghana or something, where you have this National Council of States, and we are saying where we need to balance. If the legislature and the executive, they are not, like working together with that kind of thing, we need like sort of a second house, something like that, of elderly, senior citizens. But if the Constituent Assembly did not take that, do you blame the what? Do you blame us, we who proposed it? They didn't take it. There must have been a reason. And so, but why do you go and say, this one, or this one, or this one? Okay. You know, some people tell me, Matembe, you are the one, you brought us this government, you are the one who did this. And I say, okay, I did because I knew we were in the right direction. When I realized that things had changed, I changed. Why do you stay there? Condemn me. If I say, let's go integrity, let's go this, why do you stay there crying, we are the one who did it? Me, that's why when I come here, I want to wake you up, to challenge everybody, to find their purpose in building this nation. Just thank you, young lady. Find your purpose in building this nation. We are all here at a situation where we are saying, sure, what can we do? That's why for me, I appeal to my God who is control over us and all our human beings and everybody. So don't ignore that also. But faith without action is what? That's why you see me talking all the time. Me, I have action with my faith. Have faith, do action, whatever you can do. I tell you in that scripture we read, Moses, one person with God, they formed the majority and managed to lead the children of Israel from slavery. So you and your God can form majority and things can change. Okay, and finally. Yes, finally it is Kenya, Mr. Kenya. I want to agree with Professor. You don't know, by the way, how many times I traversed Kenya in that country, making sure that the gender question is sorted out in the constitution. They are in the villages, everywhere, and so on. We are part of the people who influenced your thing. And as Professor said, there's a difference. I remember when your people, when they were chased, when they fought 2007, and they came to Uganda in the north there. me and my women's movement and FIDA, we had to run there and want to redeem them and talk to them and so on and so forth. I remember when we were telling them, they reached even when they were fighting. You know, this tribalism, the nonsense which leaders use to divide us, would find the Luo, they are fighting with the Chikuyu and Karanjini, and all these people fighting with one another were in exile here in refugee. They were in the refugee camp, having run away from. So I had to tell them, who is your enemy? Tell us, who is your enemy? Karanji, you are here. Chukuyu is here. Luo is here. You are all right. You suffered. So who is your enemy? Be able to identify your enemy and see. And we had even to go to Kenya to talk, to speak with the leaders there. We suffer, we want our continent to be okay. But now the two differences in Kenya. And it is historical how Uganda responded to the mutiny in 1964. How the East African countries, how each of it responded to that mutiny has determined what is happening in that particular country. The difference with us here in Uganda, the president bowed to the military and, lifted up the military in the governance of the country. In Kenya and Tanzania, they took different actions. And that historical thing has stayed here in Uganda. So in Uganda, militarization of the governance here is a very crucial question, which is different from you. Your military can't intervene. It didn't. I remember one time even something was to happen, but they couldn't. They stayed, and Moi had to think twice. Number two, the presidential term limit has secured you. Because even if the president is doing whatever wrong he's doing, his time is coming. You really remember how after 2007, even when Mai Chibachi went and saw himself in with nobody, with nobody around swear him. After his swearing in, because he knew that was his last term, I tell you that man, that time, 5 years, he really did a great job. I used to travel there. Because he knew time, the other one has missed this thing. Before he goes, he must correct the situation. And he did a great job because he was going to leave a legacy. But why you have a president who has taken over the country and he knows everybody there is just there, I mean, what can we do, my dear? That is the situation. So there are differences. Ugandans are struggling, they are trying, but they don't behave, Ugandans don't behave like other countries. They have such fear. I remember when the term limit in Nigeria, who is this man, Basanji. That is his name, I've forgotten how to. They wanted to remove the term limit. He wanted, because Uganda had removed it. He also wanted. The members of parliament refused. They said no, and he didn't remove it. And we remember, wasn't it Zambia? Also Zambia. I remember one woman stood up distinctively. They wanted to remove the term limit, and they didn't. So you can see in Africa, the leaders who are military and have resources and have all this, without the term limit, I don't know what we can do. Ours, we missed it out, but you never know. We cannot raise. We have struggled a long time. Kenya is not like us. One time we had 9 presidents. Were they 9 in a short period and that kind of thing? We saw them go, come. Even they will go, and others will come. One day we shall reach there. Thank you so much. I want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to power out. Where some people are there powering money, we are powering our words. And information is power. And when you take it, it will release you better than the money which you will spend there and then. Thank you very much, sir, and your team. I want to thank our keynote speaker, our chief guest here. You can see they are senior citizens, but they are here, they are tired, but they are helping us. And I want to appeal to you who were here to listen to that information there, that please take it. They manage it, we can also manage. Thank you so much. You have one. I'm sorry, I thought I was there.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Professor. The Holy Book, Bible, says your old men will dream dreams, and your young ones will see visions. I thank the organizers of this conference for having brought the dreamers and the vision seers in under one roof. Thank you so much. I'm saying all this to answer the question which my two colleagues have already answered. We are not here for violence. Check the record again. Nowhere did any one of us say that Gen Z is going to violence. On the contrary, I gave a list of what we might do as a country to protect the Constitution. And I said we have tried all the violent means, war, insurrection, coups, and that it's high time now to try the non-violent. But how will the young see visions if we, the elders, don't hold their hand and guide them? My favorite saying about my age is, we at the departure lounge of the airport. Most of you, particularly so the Gen Zs, are at the arrival lounge. Some of us should not even be in the departure lounge. We are still here only because the flight has been delayed. And before we depart, we want to pass on the little that we have to those who are at the arrivals lounge. And non-violence is one great weapon. Ask Martin Luther King Jr. how he made marches in the 1960s and how that changed the curve of history. Ask Mahatma Gandhi in the 1940s, 50s, how he, using non-violent strategies, changed India's destiny. That's precisely what we are talking about with the Gen Zs now. Non-violent will and can work. It's for that reason that we are advocating against all possibilities, as Dr. Matembe has said, of it being accepted by the powers that are. We are still vigorously advocating dialogue as one of the many solutions to our problem here. I'm glad Leandro Komakech is here. We have worked, him and me and others have worked very closely about 20 years ago now, 10 years ago now, on many things, including the establishment of what we then called War Crimes Court, which is now called International Crimes Court. We did establish that through the efforts that we were putting together. But one thing we didn't achieve, and we worked day and night on, was the idea of reconciliation. We got very close to writing the law. In fact, we did write a draft bill sent it to the Speaker of Parliament then. It was all agreed, but somehow, somewhere, it was again blocked, never took off. But those are the strategies that we need. This nation has been through so much. If you recall the litany of things that the strife and the storms that have buffeted us, I did give a long list of those. We cannot afford to go through violence anymore. We've had too much of that. Let's try something else. And let's try something that will heal the nation. And reconciliation is one such. We ask ourselves, you say we are crying? No, we're not crying. But if we are, why not cry the beloved country? That also has its role in society. John Kennedy, when he was president, none of you was there at the time. Well, a few of you were. In a major address, I think his inauguration, he said many memorable things. One of them was, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask rather what you can do for your country. Can we amend that slightly and say, ask not what we at this end can do to protect the Constitution. Ask rather what you and us and all others can do to defend that sacred, that noble institution called the Constitution. You and us and everybody else are in this. Let me end this way. I was here 1962, October 9, when at Kololo, next door from here, at midnight, the Union Jack, that's the British flag, came tumbling down the mast. And the black and gold and red of an independent Uganda moved slowly up the mast to the top. The national anthem was then sung for the first time. And we all saw the coat of arms. Now, those three are perhaps the only institutions, you call them, the only elements of our constitutional setup or dispensation that remain intact. The anthem, we haven't changed a comma. We have? The flag, we haven't added one color or removed any other. The coat of arms, we still have the crescent crane. And is it the impala or the cob? How I wish the entire constitutional dispensation that was then in vogue, continued, would still be here. But alas, the bull has been castrated. Dr. Matembe says the limb has been amputated. I say the bull in the Constitution has been castrated, and the bull, the Constitution, is no longer viable for what it was intended for. Oh, Uganda, may God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think let's give our speakers a hearty, hearty applause. Professor Frederick Sempebwa, Justice James Ogola and Dr. Miriam Matembe, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. We could listen to you all day long and never tire of hearing your wisdom. We do appreciate you for having, first of all, the patience at your ages to be here and sit these long hours listening to all of us. Thank you very much. We're also coming to the last part of our conference, which is the closing. And to give his closing remarks, I will invite the board chairperson, CCG, Mr. Godbert Mushabe. However, Godbert, before you come over, I had requested two gentlemen who have something brief to say for just 2 minutes each. That will be our food for thought as we leave here. Yeah, I can move the microphone to you. Well, these were questions they had wanted to give to our speakers, but in the interest of time, I thought this would be our food for thought.
Thank you very much. Robert Okot is my name. Mine will go to Justice Kriegler. He had he had made comparison of our Judicial Service Commission and that of South Africa. And I would like to note that governments around the world are increasingly using judicial appointments to protect their political interests. And I remember you alluding to the US Constitution being one that inspires a lot. However, when you look at the US itself, you even have judges that identify as either Republican leaning or Democrat leaning. And when cases come before them, chances are that they rule according to what their respective political parties believe in. Now, for a country like Uganda, because politics is real and we can't avoid it for now when it comes to appointing judicial officers, most especially at the level of the Constitutional Court and the Supreme Court. How do we strike a balance between the politics and ensuring that justice is served without any fear or favor? Today, as a country, we might be having all judicial officers appointed under the current regime. How does that affect the independence of the judiciary? Yet it is one of those institutions that are important in as far as protecting the spirit and letter of the Constitution.
Well, thank you. So that's one of our food for thoughts as we close this conference today. Those are some conversations we would like to reflect on.
Thank you so much. My name is Sulaiman Kakaire. The reason I called Ivan back is because my personal reflection is largely hinged on his submission. I've been a journalist, I'm a lawyer, but in the recent years I've taken a step away from praxis and I'm trying to theorize. I'm more of an academic now. Thank you so much, distinguished panelists and even the keynote speech. And I thank my comrade Sarah for convening us. I needed to get reflections. Obviously, throughout the entire conversation, you keep picking one or two things. But the last one is Justice Ogola has just reminded us we have three colors of the national flag: red, gold, black, gold, red. I am hearing mamas in the background that yellow. Now, this is something that has been indoctrinated over the years, last 40 years. I don't know whether it's gold or yellow. That is the clarification I need. Because the murmuring is happening. It's still people are wondering, is it gold, yellow? Gold, yellow. Over the last 40 years, it has become yellow. The second, it's primary, obviously, I know. I have 5 degrees and I know it's yellow. But I'm asking, I know why I'm asking. I'm just going to seize the ground. The second thing, this room is reflective of the Ugandan society and the foundation of the modern state called Uganda. This is a largely elite grouping. 2, highly Anglicanized. 3, largely of Bantu extraction. And that is, I'm a Muntu, and obviously I belong to elite. But that is the reality that we have to face as Ugandans. And if you look at the entirety of constitutional making processes are reflective of this. And why am I bringing this? The tendency in the room, and which has gone throughout our law school training and even academizing of what we are calling that we educated. Obviously, we educated, but from one particular truth, which is largely the liberal Proust ideology, which makes the law appear as neutral. But the entirety of lawmaking process is reflective of those forces. And when the law eventually becomes law, even the constitution is reflective of that. When you look at the project of this 1995 constitution, you will see that it caters for largely the elite. I'd given up on giving, I'm giving a reflection.
I'm sorry, I'm really sorry that we had, but we are really, really racing against time. And I thought you had it really summarized when we agreed that it would be 2 minutes. Next time better. So Godba, I would invite you to make your closing remarks on behalf of CCG. But also don't forget that this conference has been possible with the partnership of the Uganda National NGO Forum. And Godba, as you make your speech, we also have some students that we are going to award. When we started the process of the commemoration of the 30 years of the Constitution, we decided to do a number of activities, and one of them was to invite undergraduate students in universities across the country to submit essays on the 30 years of the Constitution, and we have winners that we are going to announce and award today. Godba, over to you.
Thank you very much, Judith. Good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Very profoundly humbled to be here to close this conference. But before I close the conference, let me just make a few remarks. First of all, it's about the 1995 Constitution. In 1989, I was doing my A-levels at Mbara High School. So actually the part of the commission that came to consult us was led by none other than Miriam Matembe. So we were consulted as high school students. So every time people talk about the depth of the consultations, it's really, for me, I lived it and I liked it. And I almost understand the reason why every article is in that constitution, because we talked about those articles. So everything had a background. In 1996, I had just finished law school, and I threw myself in the campaigning for then candidate Museveni. I was chairing a team of campaigners at Makerere University. And we campaigned and actually won the elections. And a free and fair election, by the way, in 1996. But I always remind Ugandans that, and I think this is one thing that has been lost, that President Museveni amended the 1995 Constitution before its first anniversary. How did he do it? Because of the way government was being abused, especially cabinet. By the time of the 1995 Constitution, we had about 80 ministers. So everybody was worried about the size of cabinet. So to be able to safeguard that element of abuse and patronage, the Constitution had provided that we'll have a maximum of 22 ministers and a maximum of 22 deputy ministers. So in July of 1996, soon after the elections, the first sitting of Parliament, after the MPs had been sworn in, the then Vice President, Wandera Spichoza Kazibwe, introduced the motion to amend the clause that provided for the limits on the size of cabinet. So that was effectively an amendment of the Constitution. So if there is anything that we should always pay attention to, was that probably President Museveni did not believe in that Constitution. Because to be able to amend a Constitution just before 1 year after you had signed it, that really was something phenomenal. Because for me, I have always, that has kept in my mind to say, how long would this Constitution last? Secondly, what we are discussing here and the crisis that we face as a country is what really is how authoritarian regimes are built around the world. First of all, authoritarian regimes are built around destroying institutions of state and citizenship. So the 1995 Constitution was our attempt to build institutions of state. So when you are looking at those institutions, you can describe each one of them in the Constitution because we knew these were important. Institutions of government in the executive arm, institutions of governance, the parliament and all the accountability organs, institutions of justice, and all the others. And the provisions that gave civil society the freedom to operate, to thrive. So that's how institutions are built. But for the last 30 years now of the 1995 Constitution, all we have seen is dismantling or demobilization of all these institutions. On the civil society side, of course, we have seen the demobilization of institutions of citizenship in the area of economics, in the area of NGOs, in the area of cultural institutions, in the area of economic institutions, all those. So what we are confronted with now is how you build those, how to rebuild those institutions, because it is those institutions that can defend and protect the Constitution. And I want to re-echo, I don't know whether my brother Vincent is still here, but to re-echo the point that Honorable Miriam Matembe mentioned about nobody is inciting violence. Violence is actually never incited. For my Kenyan colleague, I lived in Kenya during the dying years of the Moi dictatorship. I saw Moi build the infrastructure that erupted into post-election violence 10 years after he had left. So in other words, violence is, there is no country in this world, whether it is Libya, whether it is Egypt, whether it is Sudan, mention all of them. There is no country where citizens go on a round table in a boardroom and choose to be violent. Conditions for violence are created. And when that moment comes, you just can't stop it. Because you've bottled all avenues of dissent. In other words, you have a situation where what you'd call bottled anger. And I think in this country, unless you are not paying attention, I think this country has bottled anger. The leaders of this country must be able to have a sense of how do you release the pressure so that that anger does not erupt. Thirdly, is about the national dialogue. The Constitution put in place mechanisms for changing the president of this country. And these were, I think the most important were three, because the others are complementary. One, term limits. That was one way we could ensure that there's a transition of power from one president to another. Because at that time in 1995, we were dealing with a problem that had persisted for many years after independence. The second one was the age limit. Now those two were removed though I call them constitutional safeguards against the life presidency. The third one is a credible, free, and fair election. Now, the moment you have all these disappear, because the other two were removed, we are struggling with how to organize an election. If you don't have those three, then we are back to square one. You are back to a potential life presidency, and then you have a crisis boiling up until the point it erupts. So I think I want to basically say that nations are built by statesmen and stateswomen. I think members, some of the colleagues talked about transformation and transactional leaders. Nations are built by statesmen and stateswomen. Honorable Matembe mentioned about the statesmen, the transformative leaders. They put self-interest above self. They subject their self-interest to the common good. Now, I think that the point you made, Honorable Miri, about ambition and mission or vision is very instructive. The problem that we have in Uganda is that the leader that we have today has transformed his ambition into a national vision. And that's why we cannot reach a consensus, because there is no way we can agree on someone's personal ambition. And the Constitution is not helping us to be able to overcome that. So that's really the challenge that we are faced with. So at CCG, our commitment, we are committed to be the frontier think tank that turns constitutional theory into practice. We are working to make sure that the scholars can talk about constitution, the practitioners can talk about it, but most importantly, we are investing in young people to be able to be the practitioners of constitutionalism. Constitutions transform into practice or into culture when they are built on norms. They are built on norms, they are built on values, they are built on systems, they are built on institutions. That's when constitutionalism thrives. And we, as a center, we believe that by investing in young people and bringing them to socialize with our national constitution, that is able to build a strong foundation for the future. And I really want to, again, to emphasize the intergenerational, the cross-generational aspect of this project. I think Justice Ogola talked about this. We cannot compartmentalize ourselves into the different Zs, the millennials, the Gen Zs, the YZs, and whatever. We are just one country. I remember when we were doing the national dialogue, Justice Ogola used to tell us about being in the departure lounge. Justice Ogola, how come you stayed for too long? That means that he has a mission. Yeah, he has a mission. There are certain things that he has to do before he departs. So, in other words, I'm afraid, my friend and my senior, the flight is going to delay for quite a long time. So, I think we need to be prepared. But just to emphasize that every Ugandan can make a contribution on how we move this country forward. No matter your age, no matter your tribe, no matter your level of education, no matter your economic status, everybody can make a contribution, and we should harness that diversity, that power of togetherness to be able to move this country forward. Let me end by just sharing with you two quotations that always inspire me. One quotation goes that the future is not some place we are going to, but one we are making. And the process of making it changes both the maker and the destination. So this process we are discussing, this discussion and everything happening in this country is calling us to be part of making the future. That it is our responsibility to make that future, but the process of making that future changes us and the destination. It requires us to be disciplined. It requires us to be resilient. It requires us to be committed. Let me, if I'm diverting at all, let me divert from what Charles said. Charles Mwagusia, my brother. He says, it doesn't matter which political party you contest in, it matters. It matters. Why does it matter? Uganda is bigger than any political organization. We pay royalty to Uganda. We are born Ugandans by historical accident. We can change our political parties. We can change our religions, those who are people of faith. I can change my religion. I can change anything. I can't change the fact that I'm Ugandan. And therefore, when a political party conducts business the way the NRM conducted its primaries, and then you see the guys who came at Kororo, and that is the elite of the NRM. They come to Kororo. They are buying votes from each other. They are throwing chairs at each other. You guys, you have to be worried as a country. Because if that is the quality of the people that are going to lead our country, it means that we are not going to make the headway. And that is true. Whether that party is NUP, whether it is FDC, whether it is PFF, it doesn't matter which party it is. As citizens, we must be assertive in demanding that political parties exercise discipline and demonstrate that they have the values that take our country forward. So it matters which political party you belong to. The last quotation is the one that is normally attributed to Nelson Mandela about education, where he says, destroying a nation does not require the use of atomic bombs or long-range missiles. It only requires lowering the quality of education and allowing cheating in examinations. The patient dies in the hands of the doctor who bought degrees. Buildings collapse in the hands of an engineer who paid for exams. And money is lost in the hands of an accountant who paid for credentials. Today, if you go back to your data, you realize that between 1997, when universal primary education was introduced, and 2022, when the current cohort of primary 7 children are sat for exam, the one who are in S2, there are at least 26+ million children that did not reach primary 7. That is the crisis that we are dealing with. So, in other words, all the things that we see, the poverty, the what, is also connected to our education. So, I want to take the opportunity to thank each one of you for creating time to come and be with us today. I want to thank my colleague, my board colleague, Fatmata, who has been here with us. I want to thank our speakers, Honorable Thomas Taebwa, who officiated at our opening. We are always happy to be associated with Thomas. My Lord, Johann Kriegler, and your wife, thank you for taking that 4-hour and 15 minutes flight from Joburg to Entebbe. I hope the time hasn't changed for that flight. And our embassy leadership for facilitating this, the judge to come and be with us. And definitely, we are very, very excited with the way you articulated the issues, and, you know, as if you live in Uganda, because you spoke and I even had myself speaking in that speech. To Professor Sempebwa, Honorable Miriam Matembe, Justice Ogola, our senior citizens, those are the living memory of our constitutional making process and constitutionalism. Let me just end by thanking our students representing the Hope Initiative. The Hope Initiative, you are the hope of today and tomorrow. And I'm hoping that the investment we are making in you is enduring, and it will make you the value leaders that this country requires to move forward. And finally, my colleagues or my team at CCG, Sarah and your team, thank you for the wonderful job well done. We really appreciate for bringing us together. It takes an effort and a lot of resources and intellectual, both money and intellectual, to be able to put together a meeting of this nature. Let the conversation continue. Thank you very much for listening to me.
I'll stand on the already established protocol. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nancy Caroline Ayot, and I am going to read out the names of the students who won the essay competition. We received a total of 17 essays, 15 were written, and 2 were speech essays. Therefore, I will announce them right away. So students who submitted their essays, please be attentive. In third place, from Kavale University, we have Ajuka Ethabel. Please come forward and receive your medal. Is Ethabel in the room? Okay, we will just go to the next. In second place, we have Nalukuoma Ivan from Busitema University. Ivan from Busitema University, please make your way to the podium. Where are the students? And in first place, we have Namayanja Veronica from Nkumba University. That's Veronica. She scored 89%. And then we had 2 students submitting. The picture moment. Since blood sugars are low, we shall go ahead to the speech essays. Yes, and to award the speech essays, I will read from the second best to the first, the very best. And the second best is Adroni Rodney from Makerere University. Please come and receive your medal. Yes, that's the second. And then in first place, please prepare yourself, is Kia Allen Olai from Uganda Christian University. For all the students who submitted their essays, we also have certificates of participation. Please find me after so that you can get your certificates. But also for anyone who wants to know how the marking and the scoring was done, also reach out and we shall give you that on an individual basis. Thank you so much and have a good lunch.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And that brings us to the end of today's conference on the Constitution, on the theme, Guardians of the Constitution, Strengthening Institutions for Democracy, Justice, and the Rule of Law. You've been an amazing audience. Clap for yourselves. You think that's what you deserve? Okay. I thought you deserved better than that. But I hope everyone has a lunch coupon. If you do not have a lunch coupon, please let me know. You'll find the team out here. Lunch is being served at Paradise Restaurant. You'll just go down the steps and you should have also people guiding you. Paradise, yes. So if you don't have a lunch coupon, please let the team know so they can help you. Thank you very much. And a happy lunch.
over an hour. And then he says, I have abrogated the Constitution.
And this commission was constituted by almost all views.
The summary of the recommendation in legal language. It is just the reduction of the recommendations, the basic recommendations of the commission.
The chairman may put the question, and the delegates who support the matter shall then answer aye, and those who oppose.
No doubt in my mind that it's a matter of time. People will embrace the federal issue. So people say, what was wrong with the Constitution? Nothing wrong with the Constitution.